Or do you want to start the vertical stream? Sure. All right, we're live. Hello, YouTube. Welcome in. Good to have you. Thank you for joining today. We're doing a live stream, which is now live, and hopefully it stays that way. Anyway, the green screen is tough on resources. It's especially tough when you don't actually have a green screen behind you. I am using the NVIDIA background remover plugin, for what that's worth, which we'll see what it's worth. We'll see what it's worth soon. Let's see. Stream health on YouTube. Stream health status excellent. No issues, it says. Great. That's good. Hopefully there's a vertical stream too. I have no idea if there's a vertical stream or not. Oh, I don't want a watermark on my stream. Why is there always a watermark? I forget. I never remember. I always forget to turn that off, but then I see it and I'm like, where is it? Hold on. Is it age restriction, paid promotion, altered content, automatic chapters, featured places, automatic tags, title, recording date and location? Oh my God, there's so much information. Show how many viewers like this stream. No, I can't. Next time. Okay, we'll figure it out next time. It's too much. It's too much to bear right now. But yeah, the NVIDIA thing, I set that up this morning and I was like, let's just go live and see if it works. There's also a stroke, glow, and shadow plugin, which you can't see because it's just on the black screen. And what's the other one? Source clone plugin, so that I can just clone the source and have it be like a fully separate camera. So I'm not actually touching this camera, which means that I can just cut to a scene like that and then cut back to this one and have it be regular again. Anyway, it's probably a bit TMI. We've gotten in the weeds already. But looks good. Video encode is at 35% of my GPU, which is excellent. Historically, it's higher than that. So we'll see what happens. Hey, watch this. Watch it go up. Oh, it went down. Great. No, it's back. Okay, fuck it. Never mind. We're gonna stop talking about it. Those Excel drawer plugins are good. They are very good. They are excellent. And one last thing in the weeds. I was this morning. I watched like a 2-minute Nutty video, and I was like, I literally just did exactly what he said, and I was like, cool, it works. Which is pretty much my favorite part about streaming. Also, the fact that I have nested scenes. I was just like, I could just make everything, and it was so easy. I love his channel too. Fudge Darling, welcome in. Hello. Okay, what are we doing today? That's the question that no one's asked yet, but I'm going to answer. We are making several things. I have no current recipes that are like assignment recipes, so I'm not on any type of deadline. But we are going to make a recipe today that I started to work on. That is for me. That eventually I might try to send it somewhere, but for now it's just for me because it's something that both myself and my mom and Gwen really liked. I think Gwen really liked it. I mentioned it to her this morning and she was like, oh yeah, I remember those. So I'm trying to make this flax oat honey bar. It's not quite a granola bar. It's not quite a cake sort of bar. It's honey. It's baked. It goes in the oven. It includes rolled oats, flax seeds, honey. Pen, always with the pen. It includes rolled oats, flaxseed, honey, dark brown sugar, butter, vanilla, blueberries, kosher salt, and potentially chopped pecans. I don't think I'm going to put pecans in there today because I don't remember it having nuts in it. So we're going to work on that. Before we do that today, we're going to soak some beans real quick. I'm going to do two things. I'm going to soak some beans and put some chicken in the oven. My first round of chicken. We have 2 rounds of chicken today. Actually, let's put the chicken in the oven first, because that's like meat, and I can just do that first and then wipe the counter off, and it'll be like clear. And then when the chicken's finished cooking, I should be ready to put the bars in. I don't want them in the oven at the same time, because they're like dessert bars. They're not like the essence of chicken bars, which is not a recipe I would ever really want to make. Get your shit together. Me and you, but mostly me. Okay, turn the oven on. Step one. Step one, turn the oven on. Almost always step one. Usually. Dude Mason, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Thing number two, let's get the chicken out. Yeah, let's get the chicken out. This is not chicken. These are lupini beans. We're going to soak these in just a moment. Those are for Thursday, I think. We'll see. This chicken, by the way, is big. We're using chicken breasts today because it's for soup. One, it's for soup. Two, I bought a lot of chicken breasts when Daisy was on bland diet, and I had a lot of them left over, and I hate chicken breasts. They're the worst cut of chicken meat, in my opinion. They are bland, generally have like no fat around them, and they're super easy to overcook. So we're going to cook with those today, but they're going in soup. The reason that I was like, I'll use the chicken breast today is because I'm making soup, and I'm like, they're not going to dry out because they're literally in liquid. So that's fine. It's like the best case scenario for chicken breasts is soup. Elsie, hi. Elsie's back. Daisy, I know. Daisy. Oh, Daisy. Chicken? She wants the chicken. You know what I spent some time on? You know why I was late starting stream today? I was late starting stream today because I was trying to get pictures of the cats' faces straight on. Hold on. Maybe we can get one right now. To make emotes. She's like, fuck you, no, she immediately wants to get down. I want to make emotes for the cats, and I realized I can't, I can't make emotes without pictures of the cats. So I needed to do that. Anyway, yeet indeed. Master Splits, welcome in. Cheese stick soup. You could put beef in soup. That would be good. Plenty of good soup. Plenty of soups. Good soups have beef in them. I don't know that I'd want to put cheese so much, but I guess like French onions. It'd be kind of like a French onion soup. French onion soup with like beef in it is as close to cheesesteak soup as you're gonna get, I guess. Fellas, homemade chicken soup is a great idea. I definitely agree with you. I love like really rich chicken soup. It's one of the best parts of cold weather season, which it is not right now. It's September 30th. It's the last day of September for all of y'all who might be interested in subscribing, gifting subs, or like whatever. And it's like 27 degrees out here, which is like 80 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's hot. But what are you going to do to accommodate your bean situation? You've forgotten your beans. What are you doing to rectify your beans? Okay, I want to cook these chicken breasts. These are both going to be for soup. These are both going to be for soup. So I'm going to cut these apart. So these are in water right now. They were frozen solid this morning. I ran them in the sink. I ran them in like a flat pan in the sink with like just running running water over them for like 30 minutes till they were pretty well thawed, and then I put them in here in the fridge with some salt just to like soak. So these should be thawed. They were relatively thawed now. Yeah, they were relatively thawed now. I believe their relative was a cousin, but I'm not really sure. Okay. Anyway, Darlene on YouTube, welcome in. It's good to see you. Darlene, I hope you are able to like see the stream, get the right, get all the right like view. If you're on mobile, I hope it's horizontal, vertical, and if you're on desktop, I hope that it is horizontal. If you're on mobile, I hope it's vertical. What did I say? Horizontal? I don't even know. Well, my thoughts have gone sideways. Lemon says, quick question, which emote wall do you use to put the emotes on the screen? I use the Stream Elements overlay for that. It's the, just whatever like the emote rain functionality is. I forget the exact name of it, but it is through Stream Elements. It is the, I will tell you in a moment. The name of it is smaller daily goals, chat bubbles, emote wall. This is it. The emote wall is it's just an object, and it is the it's just like the whatever the built-in emote wall functionality on Stream Elements is. Nothing fancy, unfortunately. If StreamerBot had a built-in like create emote wall thing, I would probably use that instead. Yeah, of course. I'm happy to answer questions. Let's cut this chicken up though. Phyllis says, don't get me started on the web, right? Yeah, Twinderella, I managed to get pictures of all of them. Funnily enough, Obi, I had like lots and lots of pictures. Obi's like very camera friendly. He just like wants to be right there, and he'll just sit there and stare at you. The other ones are like, what is that thing in my face, and why is it there? I don't want it. No, thank you. So there's that. Okay, let's cut these. So these have just been soaking. This is like a lot of chicken. I kind of just want to like use a glove for this because I don't know, something about this giant chunk of like saline injected chicken just, I don't know, kind of just like makes me feel weird about things. This is definitely a giant chunk of saline injected chicken. I got these at Aldi. It was $12 for 4 of these, and these are huge, like huge. It's massive. I don't even think the camera does it justice. It's like way bigger than I like a normal chicken breast on like a chicken that I would get at the farmer's market is like a quarter of this size. Kathy, welcome in. So we're just going to cook this. I'm going to end up shredding this before I put it in the soup. So I'm just cutting this so it's a little bit thinner. I'm just cutting it in half. And then I'm going to cook it in a dish, a baking dish, a glass baking dish. This is huge for giggles, right? And for science, of course. Let's see how heavy this thing is. October Camille says big juicy naturals. Right. These are not organic, but I see where you're going with that. I see where you came from with that. Let's see. Okay. This is tared. 1.1 pound, 2 ounces. So this is an 18-ounce chicken breast. They came in a 4-pack. It was $12. And by I see where you're going with that, Camille. I mean, I have no idea what that means. I've never heard that term before in my life. Right. They were, again, Aldi. Aldi. For the win-ish, if this is winning. Yeah, it's too much to fit in one pan. I mean, it's not too much. I'm just like, I have to sort of, yeah. This is a lot of chicken in a pan. Holy shit. I thawed both of them, so I'm definitely going to cook both of them because there's no way I'm not keeping one of them for later. That's not happening. I'm going to keep the one hand, contaminated, and we're going to salt and pepper with the other hand. Now, these are going in soup, so I'm not necessarily like needing to season these a ton, but like you should season them, you know. It's kind of just like salt and pepper is like a basic expectation when you're cooking anything. At least salt. Yeah, these are most definitely not your like farm-raised, cage-free organic chicken breasts. These are like the factory farm, never saw daylight, ate plumping food, and had saline injected all through them in the post-slaughter process. Most definitely. That's why there was $12 for 6, 8. Say they were all the same size. That's 4.5 pounds of chicken for $12. That's pretty good. Caretaker says garlic powder, dill, and cayenne pepper are staples for my chicken breasts. Absolutely. Garlic powder, I feel like, am I putting garlic in the soup? Those might be good to like put on here too. Which is where you got Aldi's nuts. Yeah. They're so cheap, they just sell them to you and you have to cup your hands. I'll let y'all consider that one for a second. Not and Getty, welcome in. Garlic powder is a good idea. We're going to use some of that, as well as some onion powder. So we'll just sprinkle some of that and then rub that in again. Kind of paprika, because it hides the sad paleness. That is. If I was eating these as a main, or like, if I wasn't shredding these and then putting them in soup, I would probably want to have some level of like blackening on here or coloration in some capacity. Yeah, this is I'm glad I used a glove for this. This is not, at this point I would have felt awful about myself. Okay, these are ready to go. Yikes. Ugh. Let me wash my hands anyway, despite the fact that I'm was gloved. Why do so many onion powders look like popcorn seasoning? There's a difference between like onion powder and there's a couple different like onion things, right? There's like onion powder and then there's like onion salt or something. Not salt. I feel like garlic granulated. Yeah, there's like, this one's definitely a powder. But like the garlic powder, which is also a powder according to the label, is definitely more like a granular texture. The Schlorp. Oh, I didn't know that's how you spelled that word until I said it out loud. Ray, welcome in. All right, let's put these in the oven and hope for the best. This is Schlorp. Sometimes you read something out loud and it sounds exactly like the thing, and the alliteration is just delicious and horrifying. That was one of them. Aren't you glad to eat with Dad? I enjoy eating with my own dad. He is fun to eat with. He's also a good cook. He and his partner enjoy cooking. She is a good cook in her own right. All right, I'm gonna wash this bowl with some soap. Oh, that's hand soap. We don't want to use that. I'm gonna wash this bowl with some soap because I want to soak the beans in here too. So we're gonna turn right around and use this bowl again, but it just had chicken in it, so we're gonna give this a scrub here. And I'm soaking the beans. There's a whole bunch of info around lupini beans on the internet, shockingly enough. Some of them are like, you absolutely must soak your beans for a week, or else they're going to be horrible. They're going to be awful. It's the worst thing you'll ever have eaten, and you're going to like die of arsenic poisoning. Right? There's like doomsayers out there who mandate that you soak your beans for a week. So that's one end of the spectrum. The other end of the spectrum is the group out there that says you don't need to do any of that. Just cook them in the Instant Pot for like an hour. And they'll be fine. They'll be fine. And if they're too bitter, just cook them some more. I'm taking the more moderate approach to that, and I'm going to soak these from now until Thursday. And we're going to see how they do. I'm going to soak them until Thursday. I'm going to cook them, like slow simmer them on Thursday for like a long time, like all of stream. And I think that will probably be good, I'm guessing. I don't know. Some recipes say that you should, most recipes say you should set a timer when you put something in the oven. So let's do that. How about that chicken? Let's say oven's at what? 395, which is basically 375 on that oven. So 30 minutes. It literally would not have mattered what the temperature of the oven is at. I'm setting that chicken in there for 30 minutes. Okay. Thing number 2, let's wipe my counter off with disinfecting wipe because I just had some chicken around here. And while I didn't put it on the counter, I also didn't not put it on the counter. That doesn't work. I didn't put it on the counter, but you know, health. All right, that's good. I'm happy with that. Is there an arsenic level scale to make sure you don't die? You know, there probably is somewhere. I don't have one though. I have a thermometer, which like isn't what we're talking about. I also don't know. I'm sure there's like a ratio for this. I'm sure there's like a thing that says to add baking soda or vinegar or both or neither. I read all sorts of recipes. Let me rinse my hands off again because I just got disinfecting wipe on my hand. I am going to put these in this bowl with like, I was gonna put like a half a teaspoon of baking soda in there because that's what I usually do. Lemon says I soak my beans with a little salt or MSG or both. Well, I add a little salt there too. Salting things is usually never a bad idea. I bought these. These are lupini beans. They look a little different than your regular cannellini or lima bean. They're about the same size as lima beans, but they look, they're shaped differently. I don't know how old these are. I got them at Reading Terminal Market at, where did I buy these? I got these at the Head Nut. The Head Nut. The bulk store at Reading Terminal. I was like, hey, those look different. And I got these long enough ago that I had to like flip back in my notebook like months to find out what they were, because I wrote it down when I bought them and then I forgot. And then I guess I could have used like Google image search or something, like sent them a picture, but I didn't. I was just like, I know I wrote this down, we're gonna go on a hunt. You can't Command F your handwriting, so I wish I could. Dustful Shadow, welcome in. Thank you for the follow recently. Return the favor. Yes, indeed. I had followed. I had followed as I was just looking around, like food and drink streamers. New to me, food and drink streamers, and a little bit about me. I don't like to chat. I'm not like a chatter. I'm definitely a lurker. I'm a lurker, like 100%. So I do apologize for like not saying hi, and waiting until you stop streaming to follow. But that's what I do, and that's how I am, and I apologize for it, generally speaking. But I love finding new to me food and drink streamers. And I hope you had a lovely weekend. They look tasty. These look tasty. We'll see. They were mixed reviews. Some people were like, they're the best. And some people were like, what are those? No, thank you. I'm gonna make a cup and a half of these, which seems fine. Again, I don't know. We'll see. I got about a cup of those left. So what I want to make on Thursday is a broth. What do I have listed? Thursday. All I wrote down was herbs, corn, broth, beans, and then / fish and herbs. And then underneath of that, I wrote broccoli, cheese, lemon. So I think on Thursday, I'm going to turn these into like some type of maybe like fish, like bean, brothy, like bean situation with a couple like fish fillets, either mixed in or on the side. I don't really know yet. I got to kind of see how these are after I soak them for that long, and if I think they need to be done in the, I got to see. We're going to soak these. I'm going to put that much salt in there. That much salt. Thank you for the shout out. Yes, indeed. Please go follow Thestral Shadow. New to me, food streamer. I'll be honest, I don't know how long you've been like streaming for. I often will just go through the category and like I'll just look for people who I don't know and follow them when they're live. So I don't always catch everybody. I try to though. Also, there is a food and drink club. I should mention, if you are interested, there's information on that in the chat. There's a creator club for folks who stream food and drink. Started in January, very slowly growing. Amazing. that link that's just above your little chat, in chat, you should click that and apply to be in the Food and Drink Creator Club. If you are starting out, it's a really great place to get resources and help, and like know that there's a community of other people out there who are doing the same thing. Some of them are gamers, some of them are not, some of them are both. I personally don't game on stream or off. I just cook. But there's a whole bunch of people out there who are long-time streamers, and a whole bunch of people out there who are really new to it, and everywhere in between. And we'd love to have you. We'd love you to join the little club if you're interested. Joe, welcome in. It's good to have you. Speaking of folks that are non-gaming streamers, although Joe's a gaming streamer, but like not necessarily like all the video games. I'm gonna wash the lid to this also, because I'm gonna put the lid on, and I realized that the lid also was raw chickeny. So let's just wash that too. Joe's stream is all games such as puzzles and like thoughtful things, which I kind of love. Mega, welcome in. Another food and drink, another food friend, Chef Mega. Chef Mega hosts conversations with other folks who are part of the food community, which is pretty cool. I tend to talk to other people in the food community in like private and Discord, etc. And Chef Mega does it in the public space. Okay, so we're gonna soak those. Those are in. They have some salt. I said I was gonna put baking soda in there, and then I didn't. And that's the end of that sentence. Okay. See, here's when you make to-do lists, right? It's nice when you can just check off soak lupini beans. All right, y'all, my notebook is falling apart. It's broken. It's literally like falling apart. But okay, it is falling. It's literally falling apart. But I'm so close to the end. There's only like a few pages left in this notebook. I think we're gonna have to retire it early though. Not early. This notebook has seen a ton of service. This notebook has gone a lot of places too. It's been camping a bunch. Very legit. Yeah. Notebooks in the chat if you got them. There we have a notebook emote that is fashioned off of this exact notebook, in fact. It was actually fashioned off the one prior to this one. Yeah, the remaining pages broke off. They're like spores. They're just like boop, boop, boop. They're gone. There's more in that notebook than my last dozen combined. This one starts at... When does this one start at? The first date in this is May 8th, 2023. So this notebook is 2 years old. It's got 107. I got up to page, let's see, I numbered up to page 171, 73, 75, 77. So I'm on page 178 of I don't know how many. This is we have a feelings wheel in the fridge. We have a taste wheel in this notebook. I'm all about the wheels. I'm all about the wheels. Yes. I love that emote. It's okay. Don't close it though, Lou. You're literally using it today. It's got stuff in it. This is the notebook that had so the hot soup command. That was this day. That was this day. You could see all the soup, the celery soup. Oh my God. And then this was the last time we did tomato soup, because I left the top off the I left the front off the blender and it splattered all over the place. Well, welcome in. Hello. Well, I appreciated, I was watching Zach's stream yesterday. I actually watched the entire stream. I wasn't streaming yesterday, obviously. Maybe not obviously. I wasn't streaming yesterday. And I was actually sat down and watched all of Zach's stream, and it was great. It was very funny. Anyway, I saw you in chat because I was lurking. What did I do? Oh, you had the video right at the end. You like sent him a video in Discord, the one that was like the let's get down to business or something. And I was, yeah, that one had me rolling. That was a good one. The soup clips are like the Tom Holland lip sync battle. Every time it crosses my screen, I have to watch it. Beautiful. Every time it crosses my stream, I'm like, lessons learned. Lessons learned. Let's make these flax bars though. That's the next step. So we are going to also make soup on stream today. It's not going to be a no blender, and it's going to be a no blender involved soup. So no worries on exploding blenders today. Here's what we're doing next. We're going to do these flax bars. Then we're going to make soup. While the soup is cooking / like right after, we're going to prep all of our vegetables for dinner. When that's done, oh, excuse me, the soup should be finished, and I'm going to make stock. So we're going to use some stock, then we're going to make more stock. We're going to restock the stock with all the stuff from the soup and from dinner and the stock bag that's in the freezer currently. And as I'm saying this out loud, I'm like, I should get the stock pot, like the large stock pot. So I have 2 bags worth of stock stuff in the freezer right now. The reason I need to make stock today, or the reason I want to make stock today, is because I'm going to have a bunch of like vegetable scraps to use. And I have 2 full bags of vegetable scraps in the freezer right now. So I'm going to make basically another bag of scraps just today. So we're going to make stock also today to restock. Gotta love the stock exchange, right? Phoenix, totally. Don't look at the real one though. Maybe, I don't know. Is that... Anyway, new topic. Then we're going to make dinner. Dinner tonight is... Here's what I wrote down for dinner tonight. These are the words, just the words that I wrote down. Potatoes, mushrooms, corn, hash with herbs. I also have some chicken thighs in the fridge that are thawed, that I also thawed this morning. So I'm going to be, I'm just going to like cook those in a baking dish, and we'll make something with potatoes and mushrooms and corn. I think what I'm going to do is just put them in like a cast iron pan. I'm going to cut up the potatoes real small. I'm going to cut up the onions and the corn and just kind of like cook it all together and literally just like make a hash, and then put chopped fresh herbs in at the end, and then have that just next to like a piece of chicken with either harissa or pesto or something on it. Probably harissa, actually. Pause. Hold that thought. Okay, I will. You are. Excellent. Probably harissa. Yes, harissa. We have harissa in here, and plenty of it. So this is still good. That was a question. That was like an actual out loud question I was asking myself. Hold on. Harissa doesn't really go bad. Yeah, this is fine. I don't remember when I made this, but I've definitely used it. I've definitely used it a long time after I've made it before. It really doesn't Doesn't go bad. It's kind of like gochujang or like the miso, or it's just like it lasts for a long time. Anyway, so we're going to make dinner last today. Dinner is going to be, mushrooms, corn, potatoes. There's no scraps from that. There's no scraps from corn. There's no scraps from the potatoes. The only scraps from the mushrooms are the stems, and I might not use those. We'll see. I might cut them up anyway. If I have to like throw out just like a couple pieces of mushroom stem and they don't make it into the stock today, that's fine. That's fine. More herbs, more herbs. It's like the Adam Driver meme. I'm gonna work out and do physio. Good luck. You know what I did yesterday? Gwen got one of those little walking treadmills, and it's been in the house for like months and never been used. No shade, it's just never been used. Anyway, I got it out yesterday and set up like a little walking desk at the kitchen counter and was very productive. It was great. All that is to say, I did not really work out yesterday. I just walked, and then my legs felt like jello afterward, which was really weird. Yeah, don't forget your banana. Got to get that potassium in there. Potassium is very different than potatoes.
Potatoes.
Okay, we are going to get out the ingredients. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to get out the ingredients for the flaxseed. I'm calling. What am I calling these? I keep calling them flaxseed bars, but that sounds so unappetizing. We're going to call these honey flax bars. It's a working title. Honey flax bars. Let's see what they turn out like. Protein bars. That's they don't even really have protein in them. It's oats and flax seeds are the only thing in there. I'm styling them after this bar that I had when I used to live in New England, at this like little cafe that I went to. They called them Flax Jacks, and jacks are a British term for like an oat type of bar. And I love the name Flax Jacks. Obviously, that is the best name for these. They do have some. Fair. I feel like protein bars are like health. Flaxseed bars for when your Metamucil gets boring, right? Your Metamucil. Oh my God. Honey. Call them like flaxen honey bars. Like flaxen, sort of like blonde. Like they used to call like flaxen maidens or something. I feel like that's kind of cutesy. We'll work on it. I'm not pitching these to anyone. Yet. Actually, I did pitch them to somebody already, but they're not going to accept them because there's too many ingredients. Let's get out the ingredients. We're going to get out the ingredients, then we're going to play a game of words on stream. Then we're going to bake these bars. So, oats, flax seeds. Oats and flax seeds are the two primary ingredients. We have old-fashioned rolled oats. Those are the main ones. Actually, let me use these. Yeah, we're going to use these. Got flax, oats. I need brown sugar and vanilla. We're going to use real vanilla extract today as opposed to the vanilla like powder that I usually, not powder. Sheesh, what's that word? Luke, you got this. The imitation vanilla. that I usually use. I saw some recipes out there called, I researched like a bunch of different recipes of a similar style for this. One of them called for baking soda or powder. I forget. I'm not going to use that today. If this turns out that it needs a little bit more volume for some reason, then I may go back and give that a shot. But I'm currently of the opinion that I don't really need that. But we'll see. Okay, oats, flax seeds, dark brown sugar, a 1/4 cup of butter, which is half a stick of butter. 1, 2, 3, 4, a 1/4 cup of butter. Dried blueberries, which I have, kosher salt here, and then the chopped pecans we're gonna hold off on. So I'm not doing, I think the chopped pecans are would probably go nice in here, but I also feel like it would be, I could put other stuff in here too. Optional ingredients that I think would also be good. Coconut, other kinds of seeds, other kinds of nuts. But I kind of want to just keep this to oats, flax, and berries to start. The original, I believe, the one that I'm have in my head from 15 plus years ago is had cranberries in it, I think. But I like blueberries. I don't know, I think blueberries are more of where my head is at. Flax bricks. There you go. Bricks. I kind of like that. I hope they don't turn out like bricks, but I do want them to be squarish and bar-like. Jen, welcome in. Hello. Hello. Very yeasty. I know, dude, miss it. Cranberries. I feel like they had cranberries in them, but it might just be my recollection. I'll be honest, I also went through all of my photos from that time. I had one photo of them. It was like blurry because cameras back then were not great. I mean, they were fine, but like I just had no idea how to use a camera, like a real one at that point. And I definitely did not have a smartphone. That was before smartphone cameras. If you can believe that. I went through probably more than 1,000 Instagram posts on their account too, to try to find pictures of these bars that I found one from far away and one from extremely close up that was blurry. The one that was extremely close up and blurry looked like it had cranberries in it. The one that I had from my living there also looked like it had cranberries. So I may try these with cranberries at some point. I've never made these before, so we're trying them today. We're going to try something. We're starting with an idea and we're going to try it. And if it works, great. And if it turns out into a big sloppy honey mess, that's fine too. That's how it goes sometimes. Okay. If it turns into a big sloppy honeyed mess, I bet it's still going to be good and I'm still going to eat it.
And I'm still a piece of garbage.
And we're going to take a quick break for some words on stream now. Okay. If you're not familiar, we take a quick break about every hour or so on stream to play a game of words on stream. We're going to log in. We're going to play a 3-minute ad. We're going to play a game of words on stream and we'll be right back. Here's words. Hold on. Let me take that thing off the screen. Hold on. I got you. And here comes a 3-minute ad. We'll be right back. If you're on Twitch, follow on YouTube. No ads there. Goodbye.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of
Okay,
Commercials.
what am I doing right now? There's one thing stock pot. Let me get the stock pot. I'm gonna get the stock pot from downstairs. Okay. Stockpot has been acquired. And okay, that's good. Chicken is 2 minutes left on the chicken in the oven. Good. We're doing okay. I can't believe I actually remembered to get the stock pot. God. Words always sound so disappointed. All right. Let's see if we can get this. I believe. Oh, maybe not. There's a lot of letters. We're gonna get there. Maybe not. Let's see. Is this a word? Ha! It is. Hey, if you're on Twitch, welcome back. I appreciate your patience. I understand completely that the ads are annoying. I agree with you, and I wish we didn't have to run them, but we do, and now we're back. So they happen about every hour. And yeah, and there we go. And I may just turn them off at some point. I've been getting increasingly annoyed with them. I feel like I just want to run the ads in the background as like I feel like I just want to do pre-rolls. I'm kind of sick of them, if I'm being honest. Really what I want to do is just let the 3-minute ad run every hour and just ignore it. But I feel like ignoring it is annoying. Sarah says, if I may say, having one set of ads every hour is really not a big deal. If it helps you earn, go for it. I appreciate that, Sarah. And if you may say, anybody may say, I am very, very open to feedback on ads being run on the channel because you have to run them. That's the thing. Like they have to exist in some capacity, and you can either run them and ignore them. You can run them and like put up videos. You can run pre-rolls, which Joe, you prefer. But I get why people don't like them. Yeah, I think it's different. It's like if you come into a stream, if you like click on a stream and you get like a bunch of ads, you might just leave right away. But like I can see in the metrics that every time I run an ad, it's like whoop, 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 like people leave. No, like it's not, it's fine. Like I get that. I definitely understand why people bounce when they're like, when I say there's going to be a 3-minute ad, people are like, see you later. Which I get. But I also think that when people click and they're like, it's like, it says like ad 1 of 8, people also leave for that reason. So I don't know. I've been running them during the stream because I use that time to like go downstairs and get the stock pot or like do dishes or like let Daisy out or something like that. It feels bad both ways. Yeah. And the alternative is I also could just have them run every hour and just ignore them like some people do, which is also fine. I could just be like, hey, there's an ad coming up. If you don't want to get stuck in an ad, subscribe. But that doesn't feel great because for cooking streams or like gaming streams, any stream where there's like, it often happens where I'm like, something's about to happen and then an ad starts and then like you miss it. Anyway, I'm going to stop talking about the ads because like I've just spent like 4 minutes talking about them and then we're going to run them again in like an hour. So this is a no-win situation. It totally is. Yeah, you could also just take affiliate away and not have them at all, and then, yeah. Please pause the baking of the cookies during ads. Fall Guys, yes, exactly. 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 Like, we can't do that. My timer did just go off, so let's check this chicken in here. It's been 30 minutes. It sure looks plumper than it did before. I'm gonna take its temperature. Most definitely, it's not finished yet. Turn the oven to room temperature. Yeah, we're just gonna take everything out of the oven while the ads are running. That way, there's no progress being made. Shish. No progress. I don't need to do that. I can make no progress all on my own. 149, 145 in the middle there. That's not quite done. I'm at 138, no. 143, no. 140. Okay, so these are not finished yet. I'm gonna rotate those. We're gonna do another 10 minutes. That should probably work. I see Dan's butt. It is there. It is there. It's on the part of me that I don't look at very often because I don't look in that direction. I'm an optimist. I'm always looking forward. Okay, let's give those another 10 minutes. They will most certainly be finished by then. It exists. It does. One of my favorite songs is the band They Might Be Giants. They have a song called Where Your Eyes Don't Go. And it's all about what exists behind your head at all times. It's a nightmare that you'll never be discovering, they said, which is terrifying. We'll wash my hands here. More specifically, that line is, where your eyes don't go, a part of you is hovering. It's a nightmare that you'll never be discovering. They might be giants. It's scary. I know. And welcome in. Hello. It's where the single goddamn mosquito in my office must be lurking. Yeah, they always like to do that. I'm a Halloween guy. I continue to exist on Halloween. I do not like to dress up. I'm not really a costume person. I like trick-or-treating. I like seeing other people in costume. I have enjoyed dressing up in the past. Will I dress up this year to go trick-or-treating? No. Will I enjoy seeing everyone else in costume? Yes. Do I eat candy? No, not really. I like that line. I like that line too. It's a good one. I need to turn the air on in this house because it is hot AF in here. And yeah, the air is completely off. It's 27 degrees in my house. Why is it always so goddamn hot in my house? Why no candy? I just don't. I haven't been like a candy eater. Like we didn't have it in the house really growing up. And so I just kind of grew up not eating candy. And now I still have like eat it. I like some candies. I like some chocolate bars, Kit Kats, but I don't know. I just don't like, it's not, I prefer pastries. I prefer like baked goods, that kind of thing. Fog Guy says, I'm a Halloween gay. Does that count? Yes, it does. That counts. A candy cornhole board set up. Nice, Joe. For bonus candy. I love that. That's a great idea. So you must have some like good, legit trick-or-treaters come through your area. My parents only give out toothbrushes. No, I We just didn't, I don't know. My mom was not like a big candy eater. And I never really took to it. Again, though, baked goods, absolutely. If it was like, if there was a house handing out like cinnamon buns, and you had to wear a costume, I would go home and get on a costume to go back there. Dark chocolate. I love dark chocolate too. But again, I'm just like, it's sort of not really. I can't remember the last time I had candy. I had two pastries today. I had a raisin roll and a Queen Amman today. So that's for context. Okay. We are just going to line this tray with parchment paper because I feel like I want to do that so it's easy to get out of here. Because I feel like this might get sticky if I let it, like when I let it dry, it might be like real sticky on the bottom here. So we're trying something, and maybe it won't work, and maybe it will, and see how it goes. So I'm going to line the bottom with parchment and then coat that with butter. There's just butter in the recipe. There's no oil in the recipe, so I don't want to use like oil. No, I don't want to cut this too small. Damn it. No, I guess it's fine. Okay. That'll be good. So again, I'm just kind of making, I have a real basic idea of a recipe for this today, and I'm just sort of following my heart as much as possible. Mama says that if you had to pick one to be the dark chocolate Milky Way, well, that would be a good one. Extremely dark fog. So you're like in the chocolate aisle or in the like baking aisle getting the like 80% dark chocolate bars. I hear you. Haribo Twin Snakes or Haribo Happy Colas. Hell yeah. I every once in a while I'll eat like gummy worms or something like that. So I don't hate candy. I'm not like a hater, but it is not my preferred sugar vehicle. Sofa says, one house on my block sits up a Keurig with to-go cups just inside the door that serves the adults coffee and Baileys. That is the house that you stop at first. Yes. Yes, yes. We have a house like that in our neighborhood that does like boxed wine, and then they have like a cooler full of beer, and they'll give out like adult beverages to people. The coffees, the Keurig is a really good idea though. I feel like that's more necessary than the beer, because you're out with children and they're like mainlining sugar, and you're like just getting progressively more tired. The coffee seems like a great idea. Although I guess the alcohol seems like a good idea too. They also last year, that same house that I'm talking about had just like seltzer waters, which I was thankful for, because the year before they didn't, and they're like, oh, do you want like a beer? And I was like, oh, I don't drink. And they were like, oh, sorry. And then the next year they had seltzer water, so they learned. A soft gummy, okay. I'm a big fan of just like the like just gummy bears, like standard gummy bears. You know what I love? I love a gummy bear in my soft serve ice cream because it gets like hard. I don't know. It's like it gets like a good consistency. It's a consistency that appeals to me. Lemon drops. I don't know if I had a lemon drop since I was a child. So if your house gave out beer when you were a kid, excellent. Yeah, and people wanted to go there. That makes sense. A random bag of gummies from Palestine every once in a while, and those are real good. Excellent. Is there a difference, or like just like they're like homemade or more like are the flavors different? What is the difference, Wilma? That sounds lovely. Not a fan of hard and frozen gummies. I like, so my soft serve toppings are mochi, blueberries, and like either Oreos or small chocolate chips. Almost broke a tooth on a frozen gummy. That would be a great reason not to like one. I feel I can get down with that. 8x8 pan, lined with parchment paper and greased with butter. In a saucepan, melt the brown sugar and butter removed from the heat. Okay, so we're gonna put a half a cup of brown sugar and a quarter cup of butter into a small saucepan. I think I have, yep, okay. Small saucepan is in the dishwasher, of course. So let's wash that real quick. We're washing stuff today. Today is a wash day. Today is a wash day. I do love candies from other countries. They're always kind of fascinating. There's gummies that a friend of mine stocks at her store that are like Swedish gummies, like not Swedish fish. They're just like a variety of Swedish gummies. And they have a very unique consistency, which is quite appealing. They're also like deeply expensive. So I usually eat them whenever she gives them to me. Worma says, not too different. The biggest difference is more variety in the made with fish or beef gelatin. Okay. Interesting. Which, of course, doesn't have like that doesn't mean they taste like beef. Yeah, the variety is fascinating. That's kind of, I think, where my head was at with like these Swedish type gummies, is they're very, they're just unique in their flavor profile. All right, dark brown sugar. Quarter cup of dark brown sugar is, 1 cup is 198 grams. So 198 divided by 4 equals roughly 50 grams. This halal. Yeah. That's like, you say, oh, they're like, I don't know. I feel like someone might hear, oh, they're like, then they're beef or fish flavored. No. That is inaccurate. Makes sense. Makes sense. All right, so we got 50 grams. Let's move over to grams here. I'm gonna use the rest of this bag. I'm using dark brown sugar. I have a feeling that this is not going to be enough to bind all of this together, but we'll see. So I'm calling for 1.5 cups of oats and 3/4 of a cup of flax seeds. Now, that sounds like a lot of flax seeds, but in my memory, these were mostly flax seeds. All right, that's 60 grams. So I'm gonna take a little bit out of this. It's like I do want to stick to like the measurement that I said. What did I say? 50 grams. I want to stick to the measurements that I have written down, because I'm actually trying to make this into a recipe and not just winging it. I want to know, if this turns out poorly, what I need to add more of, instead of like, oh well, who am I calling them for? Who am I making these flax recipes for? Like, who is there's no assignment or like customer for this particular one. I'm making these because they are something that I liked when I was a kid. There's a place that I used to go in my early 20s in New England that had these bars that were really good, that I loved. I loved them, and Gwen enjoyed them, and my mom liked them, and I haven't been back to that place in a very, very, very long time, probably 15 years. And I was thinking about them the other day, and I've been making a bunch of recipes that my mom and like my family and sort of like recently I've just been making a lot of like recipes that are sort of old to me. So this is one that I was like, I want to try to make these and just see how they are. Consequently, this was also in the 1920s. It was not in the 1920s. It was, let's see, when did I go? When was I there? I was living there in 2008 to 2010. That's when I was there. 8 to 10. I forgot. I wanted to put my hat on because I'm like starting to cook right now. Oh shit, that chicken is in there, huh? I never, a timer went off and I was just like straight through. So that chicken's definitely done. Remember when I was like, chicken breasts overcook so easily? Yeah, especially when you fucking forget it in the oven for a long time. Especially when you leave it in there for like 25 minutes longer than it's supposed to be. All right, let's take the temperature of this and see how overdone this is. Not that bad. We're at 180. Perfect. It's only supposed to go to 160. Starts getting gummy and hard at 160. Perfect. All right. Yeah, this is cooked. This chicken is cooked. Username 2008 was amazing. I kind of agree. I was out of college in 2008. I was working. I was out of college for 2 years at that point. Was working, doing my early 20s things. I'm ageless. I try to be. Sometimes I don't feel 40. I never feel 40 except in the morning. And then I'm like, oh shit, we've arrived. 1.5 cups of rolled oats. So I'm going to half cup measure. And we're gonna put this down in grams too, because I want to be able to just like dump this in, and we'll see. I was on a school trip in 2008. I had graduated college already. 164. 164. Do I make 40-year-old dad noises? Yes. That I absolutely do. So let's just call it 160. Because that's an easier number. It's established that Paul Rudd is a Highlander. It's funny, Caretaker. Paul Rudd is one of the folks who, when people are like, who you look like? That's often a person whose appearance I get compared to, which I don't hate, and also I don't know that I agree with, but whatever. 3/4 cups of flax seeds. You know who I wish wouldn't age? Dolly Parton. Yeah, totally. She's an icon who must be protected. Like, for sure. 3/4 a cup of flax seeds. So I'm going to half a cup. That's a lot of flax seeds, by the way. I also was thinking about, like, should I toast these first? And I don't think so, because the toasting is going to happen when I bake them. So 125 grams. That's a 5 and not just a like weird number. Bruce can keep getting younger. Soaking her face and her hair and anything else she wants to do. And you know what? If she doesn't want to do that, she's still an icon. She's still an icon. Melt the brown butter and sugar, remove from the heat. Stir in the honey and vanilla. How much honey? A half a cup of honey. That's a lot. That's a lot of honey. But we are baking this, and do I have a half a cup of honey in here? I better. I do. Okay. So we're stirring this butter and sugar together. The binding agent in this is really the honey. The honey. what does this say? 1 tablespoon is 21 grams. A half a cup is 8 tablespoons. So how much is 8 times 21? 168 grams. Sarah, thank you. We're gonna start with that. I'm gonna start with that, and then a half a cup of dried blueberries. Have you ever been to Dick's Last Resort where the waiters are rude to you and all that? I have heard of this, and I've seen like social media content of it. I have not been there, and I can tell you definitively that I would not go there. I don't want someone to be mean to me like that. I'm not going to pay somebody to be mean to me. That's not my kind of party. It's 2 big chicken breasts. God. I see that they're tactful there as well. Okay. Man, they really, these bags, this is like, I need to get fucking pliers to get this thing open. Literally. No, I don't need pliers. I say I don't need pliers because I don't have pliers. I am going to get like a little screwdriver in here. Sarah says I only go in the context of therapy, like trying to get a thicker skin, but I don't get the fun of it. Yeah, I know exactly how I would feel with it. What is her story, Falgus? I don't know the story with her husband. I'm not a Dolly super fan, or like, I don't know the lore. I just know that she is like, she's like a good doer in the world person. As Mr. Rogers said, she's one of the helpers. He didn't say that about her specifically, but like, you know. But yeah, Sarah, I don't want. What would happen with me is I'd go and I would be like, oh, this is funny for like the first little bit. And then I'd be like, hey, I'm over it. And they would still be mean. And then I would be like, yeah, I'm really actually over it. And then they would still be mean. And then I would be like, check, please. Because I don't want that. I don't want people to be, I don't know. The world is fucking mean. I don't want someone to do that while I'm out to eat. It just seems like it's too much. And you pay for it. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I'm also against sitting for a caricature portrait. Yeah, actually, I am. That's a really insightful comment, Foulgeist. Yeah, and yes, I am. It's not that I just like I don't want someone to be like, here's a picture of you where you look comical. Pay me. Like, meh. I'm all set. I think they're funny, and I don't mean that they're like, it's like not talented. I'm all set. I don't really want that. That was an interesting little insight that you had there. That was like a shot in the dark kind of guess that was directly on the money. I could go eat with family if I need a dose of shame, right? I got plenty of people in my life who will be mean to me if I want. I don't need to pay them for it. They'll happily do it for free. If you're watching this and you know me and you're like, I think he might be talking about me, I'm talking about you. You're right. Someone needs to make an opposite version of the restaurant where they affirm you and make you feel seen. Yeah, I mean that's like what fine dining or whatever is supposed to be. Generally speaking. Okay. Oh, pause. Hold on. What am I doing? I'm just talking. I've got butter on the stove. This is melting. Okay, good. We're good. We've melted. Have we melted? I want my oven to be at 350, so I'm going to turn it to 370. Let's put the honey in here now. I need a trivet, so I can just put this right on top, because I have, okay, here's where I'm at in my recipe. Melt the brown butter and sugar, remove from the heat. Stir in the honey and vanilla and salt. What did I say I wanted with the honey? 168 grams of honey, which is quite a bit. So let's do, I feel like that's too much. All right, we're gonna, what's 168 divided by 2? So we're gonna do 84 grams, and that's a quarter. And let's see what that turns out to be like. $80, 40, 50, 60, 70. Yeah, I think that's gonna be plenty. That's 87 grams, close enough. 87. And then vanilla, I said 2 teaspoons of vanilla. Also feels kind of like a lot, but we'll see. That's 1 teaspoon. Nah, that'll be fine. Go with 2. Oh. That is an interesting one. Yes. Maybe don't tell us more. Anarchist. Hello? Welcome. And perhaps you should get that looked at. The morning coffee. Yikes. The next chat determines the direction of this conversation. Stir in honey and vanilla and salt. How much salt? A pinch of salt. Just a pinch, maybe 2. Fall Guys, that's a fun yard sign. Are you having a problem with that? A couple of Airbnbs. Oh, yikes. Yeah. Yeah. I can get down with a little passive aggressive sign. That one's not very passive though. I don't think I actually needed to take, I think I needed to keep this on the heat for a little bit. Oh, that's under the glass pan. I need to keep this on the heat because the honey and the sugar is not quite mixing. So I think the direction here is like just pour the honey in and stir to incorporate. I think that's the move. And I do think that's plenty of honey because I already have sugar. So we're gonna see how that goes. We're gonna see if all of that mixes up with the rest of the like situation in here. So what was that? 84 grams. That's a quarter. 1/4 cup. Mer, welcome in. Good to see you. Big Titty Bob, welcome in. Jazzcat Cove, welcome in. Mer, soup's on. Did you do soup today too? We're about to do some soup. We're going to do some soup. That's what's on the menu today, among other things. My apologies. No need to apologize, Spot. Oh, the soup is your soup. Got it. Excellent. Okay. Mark, congrats on your subathon. Or your 1,000 follower thon. A nice milestone, to be sure. And friends, if you are hanging out here, please go follow Merbakes, fellow food streamer, mostly cooking, among other things, though. Friend to the stream. Good place to hang out on Twitch, and definitely worth a follow. Just wrapped up 1,000 follower all weekend thon, the marathon. It was a marathon. Oh my god, that's clever. I know the Fight Club reference. I didn't think about the Fight Club reference, but then I did, and now it's not. So I'll put that out of my head. I feel like you're my first introduction to the food and drink community. Oh, I appreciate that. Well, I enjoy being part of the food and drink community, and it's not a community without you too. Friends who joined us, please go follow her. She's a good friend of the stream and fellow food streamer. Friends who just joined us, welcome in. It's nice to have you. My name is Lou. This is a food stream, not just this one, but most of the time it is a food stream. We also do the occasional IRL stream out and about in the world in Philadelphia, where I live, East Coast, United States. Mostly what we're doing here is cooking. Often we're doing recipe development because that's what I do. Occasionally we're baking. Often we're doing cookies or some sort of baking project that I enjoy. Mostly what we do here is vegetable forward family meals for myself, my partner, and our son, who is 10. And my partner, who is not 10. She is ageless though. And that's kind of the deal. We're usually live Tuesday, Thursday, most of the afternoon in Eastern time. I usually go live somewhere between noon and 1 and finish up somewhere between 6 and 7 p.m. So it's usually a 6 or 7 hour stream. And today we're making a lot of food. We're making Flax bars right now. We're also going to make some soup, which is next. Then we're going to make dinner tonight. The soup is for dinner tomorrow night. We do occasional out in the world IRL streams, as I mentioned, out and about in Philadelphia. We do things mostly food related, but also things like go to the Renaissance Fair, which we did 2 weeks ago. Next IRL stream is going to be in a week. No. It's going to be after, no, I don't know when the next IRL stream is, but we're going to be going to Reading Terminal coming up soon and eating a chocolate onion because we hit one of our subathon goals. I'm gesturing to the subathon box, September box, which is not currently there. Which is currently there. Anyway. One other note, follows are silent. There's no alerts. There's no sounds, there's no chat messages. If you hit the follow button, nothing happens, except you will end up following the channel as long as Twitch works. So if you're like me and you don't like to be perceived, please go ahead and hit the follow button if you like food and drink streams. And proceed to lurk if that's your thing. Not 10 is wild. I'm glad she's not 10. Yes, she is not 10. But, you know, age is really just a number anyway, so we don't need to get into that. I want to go to Ren Fair. Bob, there is on the channel, if you scroll down a little bit, there's like a 7-hour stream from the Ren Fair just like a couple weeks ago. It was phenomenal. I love the Ren Fair. I go every year. I was in a little like elf sort of outfit with an acorn hat, and it was kind of cute. The chocolate onion is a legit chocolate onion. Okay, I'm going to add the blueberries to this too. Sorry, I'm cooking and thinking at the same time and talking, which is like, whew, that's a lot. We're buffering. The chocolate onion was for the September goal here. It is literally a yellow onion, a large yellow onion in dark, dipped in chocolate with rainbow sprinkles on it. It's not cooked. It's not even peeled. It's literally just like an onion dipped in chocolate. And we're going to go to Reading Terminal Market where they sell them at Muller's Chocolate and buy one and then eat one on stream. I'm not looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it from a like humorous perspective. I'm not looking forward to eating an onion. No, it's not peeled. It's not peeled. Command Subathon will take you to, it'll give you a link. And if you click that link, there's another link behind that on that. The page that you get to will have a link to the chocolate onion. It's legitimately a chocolate onion. Okay, so we're going to put the blueberries in here. So what are we making? Let's go back. We're going to clarify. So I'm making, I'm making this up. This is a recipe that I wrote and am in the process of testing for the first time. September, sorry. See, I'm professional. I do this. Listen, y'all. I've been streaming for years now. I can't remember anything about it. There you go. Click that link and it'll take you to information about all of those things. How many years? 3.5. My first stream is May 12th, 2022. About. It was 7 hours long. And I cooked. And it looked exactly like it does now because I don't like change. All right. In a saucepan, melt the brown sugar and butter, remove from the heat. Done. Stir in the honey and vanilla and salt. Done. That's all in this pan. Fold into the oats, flax, and blueberries. Okay. I'm gonna fold it in. And bake. It just says bake. Short for chewy, long for crunchy, no time listed. Perfect. Okay, so we're just going to fold all of this together. It is wild for a first stream. It was wild for a first stream, but here's the thing. It wasn't just a sort of like, let me get started situation. It was a like, I had set up OBS for like a couple months. I knew that I wanted to stream and I knew I'm a little bit of a perfectionist and I'm a little bit of a like, you know, if you're in development, right? If you're like an engineer, which I'm not, but I used to, anyway, I used to know a couple people who were, still do, but there's the whole like, there's like the term is like perfect is the enemy of progress or something like that. And I always err on the side of like getting everything together and done. So I had sort of been planning and I was like, okay, today's the day I finally like go live for like the first time ever. But like in doing that, I was like not trying to figure everything out on that first stream. A perfectionist worst nightmare. Yeah. And I am a bit of a perfectionist in a lot of ways, but I'm learning. I'm trying not to be as much of a perfectionist. It's hard, I'll be honest. Okay, how is the consistency of this? So we have, do I want to add more honey to this? I feel like I do. I feel like I want to add another, I added the 1/4 cup. I feel like this needs, I feel like my instinct of a 1/2 cup was correct. But looks like a deconstructed granola bar. Yeah, it kind of is. I mean, and that's the point. This is supposed to be a flax seed bar, primarily flax seeds. So there's no dry spots in here, but like, and I am going to bake this, but like, yeah, I feel like I need more honey than that. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to heat up, I'm going to put another 84 grams of honey. 84 grams is a 1/4 cup. I'm gonna do 84 more grams of honey. I'm gonna hit that on the stove real quick. Just to like warm it up so I can mix it in a little easier. Just for like a few moments. So I actually want 82 grams of honey because I had 86 in the first one. Perfect. Ah, shit, 84. Whatever. A Sunbelt granola bar. Yeah, it definitely does. The idea for this is that it's not... I don't want this to be a granola bar. This is more of a snack bar. When I think of granola bar, I think of like health. This is not supposed to be healthy. This is supposed to be a dessert. So the more, like, I'm just going to add some more honey to this. I don't know if I'll add the whole thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add about half of it. And then we'll mix and see where we're at. So that's the goal. So I do, as I mentioned, when the folks from Merstream came in, I do recipe development professionally, and this is not for any type of like thing that I'm working on specifically. This is like for me currently just for me recipe. I'd like to send this out and like pitch it some places, but I've never made it, and it's just something I'm kind of interested in working on. It comes from a recipe that I had about 15... No, when did I say that was? 2008. That's 17 years ago. That's 17 years ago at this little coffee shop. Really like. They still have it on the menu, and the place is still open, which is kind of fun. And I asked them to send me the recipe, and they wouldn't. So, boo. Anyway, we're going to put, what's half of 84? 42. I'm going to put 42 grams of honey in here. Okay, perfect. I'm going to pop that back on the stove just so it stays a little bit warm. And let's mix this in and see if this is stickier. So my goal is just to have this be a little stickier and viscous, because I'm going to bake it so it's going to dry out a little bit. Some of the moisture in the honey will come out. Some of the moisture in the butter will come out. Some of the moisture in the sugar will come out. So ultimately, this is going to be drier than it is currently. I think that feels pretty good right there. Nope, not quite. All right. Okay, putting the rest in. We're putting the rest in. 59 times. Sita, welcome in. Welcome in. I'm waiting for someone to hit their multiple of 20 check-ins today, because I built something that posts it to Discord when you hit it. So someone at some point, hopefully today, someone hits their 20th multiplier. Sita, you're going to hit it the next time you check in, but you can only check in once per stream. So no rooting for the stream to crash, okay? We have a couple people who are going to hit it on the next stream, but not this one. Not this one. Yeah, Sarah, it's going to be the, there you go, multiples of, yeah, a multiple of 20. So the reason that is for Cookie Club, we do every multiple of 20 check-ins as a Cookie Club entry. But what happens is I don't always see them in chat and I miss them. So I built a thing so that the bot sees the multiple of 20 and then writes them to a channel in Discord, which was shockingly easy to build. It was one of those things where I was like, oh, I thought about it for long enough that I finally, like, the light bulb went off in my head. And I was like, oh, I know how to build that. And then I built it in like 4 minutes and it just worked. Anyway, I'm not an engineer, as I said. We're gonna layer this into the pan here. That's not the right camera at all. Okay, let's layer this into the pan. Yeah, auto posting. You know what it was, Lemon? It was a regex command. Just recognize. I built it in StreamerBot to pull the number, the check-in number, and then a regex command to ask whether or not that check-in number was a multiple of 20. Super simple. I was initially looking at the message, the whole message, but then I realized that everyone's 20th check-in, or every check-in would count because it says April 20th. And then I had to make it look at something else. But it works. I mean, it worked for me anyway. Because I changed it to the check-in that I was on, and then it worked. So we'll see. I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for someone to check in with a multiple of 20 today. It hasn't happened yet. We've had several people close. All right, so this is an 8x8 pan. I'm just flattening this out. I think these are probably going to be a little too thin ultimately. So I might end up wanting to add just more volume of oats in this recipe. But we'll see. They look a little... I mean, this looks good. Like, for my recollection, this looks like I want it to look. We'll see how this is after it's been baked. I'm just kind of flattening everything out here, making a nice even layer. And this is what we're working with here. So we'll see. And a little bit of leftover on there. So just kind of, again, everything seems to be pretty evenly spread out. I've got like some pockets of blueberries. Maybe if I was, whatever. No, Lou, oh God, you're overthinking it. The darker spots are dried blueberries, yeah. Okay, so I have no idea how long to bake this for. Some recipes that I saw for granola bars were like, you know, an hour. There was some recipes that were like, don't bake it for any more than 10 minutes and or else it'll be burned and awful. Which like is not helpful. So I had my oven at 370 on the oven, which is roughly about 350. My oven is not quite calibrated very well. I should probably just drop it to 360. That's probably closer. Anyway, let's drop this a couple times. And we're going to pop this in for, I wrote down 15 minutes. I'm going to look at it after 15 minutes and see what it looks like. I didn't toast any of this isn't in here. All of this is uncooked. So we have oats and flax and blueberries are the only solids in here. Brown sugar, butter, vanilla, and salt and honey are the liquid ingredients. So I'm just going to pop this in the oven and see how it goes. Did you lose me? Let's see. I am looking, everything looks fine on my end, Sarah. I'm sorry. I always love to say it's not you, it's me, but I don't think it's me this time. It's not you, it's me. Classic. Classic. Just kidding, it's always you. Unless it's me. We're talking about Twitch, right? Right. Sorry, just being a jerk. It doesn't become me, I know. Oh, timer. See, this is where karma's like, F you. We're gonna burn the hell out of these things just for you, just for being a jerk. Not today, Karma. Okay. 15 minutes is where I'm at. I think, I know that I'm going to cook these longer than that. I feel like 15 minutes at 350 is basically just enough time to like warm up. So I also wrote down, there was a couple recipes that were basically like on the shorter side. So they were anywhere between 10 and 30 minutes. Those were all chewy types of bars, like chewy types of things. And then there was a couple that were on the longer side, anywhere from like 30 minutes to an hour plus, that were all like solid. They're like solid bars. So, Mix, welcome in. So I think I'm trying them for 15 minutes. I think that I'll probably end up leaving them for from probably like 20 to 30. That's my guess. I didn't toast anything. What texture am I aiming for? I'm aiming for chewy, like solid sort of candy, like taffy almost. Like you can pull them apart. Like you could take one and sort of bend it and then leave it like that, and it would stay bent, but it wouldn't crack. Like a really heavy caramel type of texture. I think, if I'm guessing, I probably have too much honey in there for that. We'll see. I probably could have also added baking soda to it to like, I think that would harden it up. It would aerate the sugar a little bit more, and I think that might make it more like brittle though. So I'm trying it without the baking soda first. We'll see. Gwen, hello. Gwen, we've just finished putting the flax bars in the oven. We got about a couple minutes left. 240 to 245. Nudge past softball. Is it soup for dinner? Soup for dinner is tomorrow. Tonight's dinner is going to be potato corn hash. Probably mushrooms. Potato corn hash and chicken thighs. The soup is for tomorrow. Yeah, Mix, I don't have a thermometer in here. I'm just going to kind of like put it. You know what I'm going to do? Sita, I recognize your point. I'm going to make the potato and corn and herb hash, and we'll whole roast the mushrooms for Calvin and I. That way they're not in the hash. Wouldn't that be nice of me? That would be nice of me, right? I think that would be nice of me. Okay. We're waiting for this to cook. The apple jelly also needs to hit 245. The pectin. Well, yeah, there's no pectin in this one. A candy stage review. I have a thermometer for the for like candy on the stove. This doesn't have any baking soda or anything in it. It's sugar and honey, and I already kind of cooked it. I didn't really cook it. Like, I didn't cook it down.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Damn it, missed it. See, this is what happens when I just start talking. I forget. Sorry about the ads. We're just going to let the ads run. Because I was complaining about it earlier. I was complaining about having to stop. Anyway. Let's see. What am I going to do next? Let's just wait. I'm just gonna wait for the ads here. I don't want to throw up a Game of Words on stream just yet. Okay, Flax bar test though. I can check that off of the list. Next is soup. So I'm gonna get some things out for that. While we are waiting for the ad to clear. Soup season has arrived. What are we doing? Kale, leek, garlic, onion. So we have a big bowl for kale. Kale. Leeks, garlic, onion. Potato. Chicken is already over there. We'll do the chicken. We'll shred the chicken into this bowl. And, oh, rice. I want to put rice in here too. This bowl is for scraps. Cyber, welcome in. Hello. We're in the middle of an ad break. Sorry about the ads. And, okay, so I got out all the bowls that I need. Beautiful. It is 15:32 my time, so that means that Calvin should be starting to navigate his way home from school if he's not doing that already. That can go away. That is a big stock pot. We're gonna make stock. You know, I don't need a scrap bowl. I'm just gonna put that stock pot right on the counter here. That's what we're gonna do. Okay. Hey, if you're on Twitch, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience. I'm sorry, I usually announce the ad breaks before they come. I was literally talking. I just missed it. Usually we also play a game of Words on stream, but by the time the ad break started, I hadn't started that yet. So like, my bad. We're here now. And if you're still here after having sat through an ad, I appreciate you. Gentle reminder that you can always subscribe using Turbo and you'll get ads nowhere on Twitch. You can subscribe to this channel using your Prime subscription, which comes free if you're an Amazon Prime customer to any channel on Twitch, or you can hit the subscribe button and support the channel directly. Okay. All subs are good. All subs are appreciated. And you're still appreciated if you don't sub, even if you're just lurking, hanging out. Perfect. Welcome. And welcome back, because you probably just had an ad break. Sorry. Back from ads. Yes, indeed. Well, don't worry, there'll be more at some point. I have my stock pot here. We're going to start on our soup. I'm not making the soup in this pot. This pot is going to be for stock, as the name says. With the soup, I do need to make, I do need to thaw my broth. So let's do that. I think maybe a 2-minute warning is too long. Twitch warns you 3 minutes, and chat reminds you 1 minute. 1 minute is good. I think honestly 5 minutes longer would be better for me. Because what happens is I see it and it says like I have a 5-minute warning on Twitch. And that's still like not enough sometimes. The 2 minutes in chat is only for chat. I usually don't even see that one go by, which is probably bad. What I really would love, there's like sounds of like a bomb going off, like 1 minute beforehand. I need that sound to just blare. That's what I need. Okay, we're gonna make our soup today in this pot. Let's get all the ingredients together. I could put a sound on it. I'm still not. It's only been 3 years. I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to be doing with the ads either. God, I hate them so much. A cute bell sound. Okay, yeah. Maybe the sound of impending doom would be a little bit anxiety inducing. It's probably true. I love Pixie's stream. She has such a good stream. What am I doing? Chicken. We're gonna get all the ingredients together for this first. As I cut up the soup. Oh, the Navi noise. I have the hey listen on this stream, but the hey listen is when someone uses text to speech. So if it does, because there's like a delay for the text to speech. So that sound is on here. I could make it do something. I should put that on the roadmap. If anyone's willing to pop into Discord in the stream dump channel and just say something like add sound warning, or like advertisement sound warning, I suppose. If it just said add like ADD sound warning, I'm gonna be like, for what? But Lemon, it's her job to fight squirrels. Has she ever caught one? We're gonna shred this chicken, which I'm just gonna do with my hands, which is why I just washed my hands. I got 3 minutes left on these. I was gonna like open the oven and look at them, but like, why? What's the point of that? Why open the oven? I know they're not done yet, and if they are done, then they'll still be done in 2.5 minutes. Ah. Okay. Hasn't caught one. Our cats have started sitting at the window and like chirping at things on the patio. Elsie's very funny. She does like not squirrel related, but she has these little like very short hisses now for the other kittens, the small kittens, the ones that Gwen's fostering. She like has started hissing at them, but only like minor hisses. The squirrels staring through the window. Do you feed them? Calvin was telling me that at his my mom's house that she feeds the crows and that they know she like calls them in the morning. He was like, yeah, Grammy like feeds the crows and she'll go outside in the morning and be like, crows, time to eat. And he's like, and a bunch of crows just like land right next to her. And I'm like, holy shit. I'm like, you stay away from those crows. They're going to carry you off and steal your breath. I was like, they're smart. I mean, if not smart, they at least know, they know where the food is and where it's free. My sister feeds her squirrels and they provide entertainment for her cats, which is lovely. My dad used to feed the squirrels on his deck at his old house. And I remember he had like the squirrel that he knew. Getting a hummingbird feeder? Yes, hummingbirds are amazing. They're so fun to watch too. And they're kind of hummingbirds are kind of magic. Where hummingbirds are also like bees and other pollinators too. So like seeing hummingbirds is a good sign. I don't know how much soup I'm making here, but this is a lot of chicken. I don't know if I'm going to end up using all of this. If I don't end up using all of it, it is all cooked. So I'll just put it in the fridge and we'll use it for something else. Not sure what, but okay, hold on. I got couple seconds left here. They're vicious and mean to songbirds, which is kind of funny. Because you think of hummingbirds as like, not that. I don't know, because we're at the top of the food chain and like we don't see threats from them. I also look at praying mantises and I'm like, those are fun. And if you're smaller than a praying mantis, you've never seen one in your whole life. Until you die. Because they kill you. Alright, let me rinse my hands here. Okay, timer. Gosh, darn. All right, 15 minutes. I can smell these. So that's good. It smells like something's baking. Which it is. So that's good. Okay, how are we doing? All right, I've got a little bit of like bubbling happening. Let's touch it. Oh yeah, that is very, okay. It's starting to harden around the edge, but it's like soupy in the center. I'm going to leave that. I'm going to give that a full other, I'm going to give that another 15. Like I said, there's no way I'm taking it out at 15, but I'm checking it. It's soupy in the middle. It's definitely like melted a bit. It's starting to get a little bit brown around the edges, which is nice. Like I want that. I kind of like the color is sort of creeping in from the outside, if that makes sense. It's a different color sort of around the edges than it is in the center. So I'm just going to let that go and we're going to hope for the best. Bluebirds. Yes. They kindly shower when I put the sprinkler on. Okay, that's delightful. Blue jays are mean. They are fun to look at, though. A good example of environmental recovery, Mick says. A fungus came through in 2012 and seriously messed up a chunk of the biodiversity, so we have the joy of reporting seeing recovering species for conservation tracking. That's lovely. Not the fungus part. The aftermath. It's always kind of wild when you see... I live near this area of New Jersey called the Pine Barrens, which is a... I forget the exact terminology for it. It's a pine forest, and it is frequently on fire. It's one of those places that has to have fire in order to like continue to exist. So occasionally you'll like be driving through the Pine Barrens and just be like, where's all the smoke coming from? And then it's like a controlled burn or like something's on fire. But it's neat when you go through the areas of the Pine Barrens that like burned recently, and it's just like, it looks decimated, right? But if you look sort of in your peripheral vision, it's green, like everything's green. It's all like you can sort of, everything grows in slowly. And the pine trees are, the bark is super thick. So they're just like, whatever, they just start growing again pretty shortly thereafter. Yeah, exactly, Mix. They're adapted to it. Tigers take game 1 on a 14 strikeout outing by Sue Bell. 28 total strikeouts between both teams. This is baseball. There's a baseball game on today? That's a stupid question. There's like a baseball game on every day. It's baseball season. Is it an important game? Are we into like important game? Playoffs. Okay. Go team. The playoffs have started. Well, there it is. This is when we need the more you know rainbow. I was unaware that the baseball playoffs had started today. Are the Phillies in the playoffs? I think they are. They've got to be. I've just been hearing about. I've been hearing a lot about the Phillies. Let me be super clear. I'm not going to be able to hang with a sports conversation. If y'all want to like chat the sports, feel free. But like I can't hang with you. I don't know. Speaking that I did not know the baseball playoffs started today. I think you know exactly where my head is at. The species with a very thick bark. Yeah. The pine barrens are wild. When you go in, you can see all of how deep the bark is. Like when you look at the trees, you can it's like inches deep. All right, this is quite a bit of chicken. We're gonna make a big pot of soup today, so like this is enough. Go Birds! Yeah, go Birds! I assume there's a bird-based baseball team in the playoffs this year. I know that there are several bird baseball teams. But when you say go Birds, being from Philadelphia, all I hear is Eagles. Banff looks like that. When you drive past, you see nothing but dead, burnt trees, but their base, you see bright green new trees. Nice. Oh, fellas, good. But it's done. It's done. And anything that you feel in this moment, you know is the thing working, right? Cheer for the Raptor mascot. Yeah. I'm Gritty. Oh yeah. I'll cheer for Gritty too. I love Gritty. I don't care that I know that Gritty is the mascot for the Flyers. I know that the Flyers are Philadelphia's hockey team. I could not tell you anything at all about the Flyers, including if they won everything last year. I don't know it. If they were the worst team last year, I wouldn't know that either. We're making stock today, so I'm just taking all of this like chicken jus and pouring it into my stock pot. I went to a Raptors game and the best part was the mascot. I know that the Raptors are basketball. There we go. Yeah. I'm something of a fan. I'm not, but Gritty's almost NHL's mascot, right? But I feel like that's the Philadelphia way, right? Because the Fanatic is also just like a massively, I don't know. In Philly, like if Gritty or the Fanatic shows up, it doesn't matter to like an event. It legitimately doesn't matter if you're not a sports fan at all. It's just like they're just like Philadelphia mascots at this point. It's Gritty the Raptor like the chicken is to baseball. The chicken. I'm missing something in that statement, but I'm missing something in the context there. Obi, no. This one smells. Speaking of chicken, this one, this Obi, smells chicken on the counter, and also Obi, and also does not want to be held. He is not up for this right now. There he is. Look at him though. He's so pretty. He's so pretty. Orange boy. I want to squish him too, Mix. He's very squishable. Oh, it's baby. I'll give him a squish for you. Oh, it's baby. It's baby. He's like, get me the fuck out of here. He is. He's the big cat. Let's see if he'll give us an elastic cat pose. Obi, will you pose for us? He's elastic. Doesn't care. He's very stretchy. Okay, we're done. We're done. You getting down? Okay. That was Obi getting on the counter because there was chicken. Now I'm turning my back on him and washing my hands again. And if he was Elsie, he would be back on the counter right now with his face in the chicken. He's not as persistent as she is. She is just when she gets her face, or like when she's like heading towards something, she can't be stopped. What was that sound? Oh, okay. Great, it worked. Okay, I need something on my end that tells me that happened. Because there was nothing on my end. I'm like, what? Where did that come from? I'm looking at like the alert notifications. I'm like, where did that happen? Okay, got it. We have secret moderator tools now. It's not that secret. It's in Discord in the release notes channel. I made a bunch of updates. Before we start doing this, I'm going to put my baking stuff away because I'm done with that. And it's within my line of sight and therefore bothering me because I'm not using it anymore. So let's put it away. And we'll probably test this recipe again on Thursday, the flax bar recipe. It doesn't seem that complicated. Okay, but we are going to make soup now. And how am I making this soup? All I have is ingredients written down. So let's just take a second and figure out exactly what I want to do here. Okay, so the chicken is going in last. So let's just say chicken's going in last because the chicken's already cooked. Done. Doesn't need to be cooked any farther. Rice, I think I want to put in before that. Obviously. I'm going backwards from the back, from the bottom. Potato, I think potato and rice I want to put in like roughly the same time. No, I want to put rice and then the potato. Because the potato will not take that long to cook. The rice will take like, I don't know, 25, 30 minutes to cook. The potato will take a little less than that. Functionally, we're not eating this today anyway, so it actually kind of doesn't matter. I could probably put the rice in there dry in the refrigerator and it would hydrate overnight. Not going to do that. So what else do we have in here? Before the rice goes the kale, because that will just cook no matter what. Obi, I see you. I see. Here, you want the fidget toy? Go ahead. There you go. I know. Oh, okay, you're the one who was playing with that. Calvin's fidget toy was on the counter this morning, and when I came back this afternoon, it was like in the living room. And I was like, how'd you get down here? Which cat brought this downstairs? It was Obi. Okay, so before the kale, we have garlic, onion, and leek. I'm actually not going to use onion. I'll just use leek because leeks are onions. So we'll do the leek, then the garlic, then the kale. Leek, garlic, then stock, then the kale, rice, potato, add the chicken last. Seasonings in this include nutritional yeast, nooch, and then whatever else I find in the cabinet. Okay, so a lot of that is just going to go directly in the stock pot here. A lot of the scraps from that are going directly in the stock pot. At the same time, for the hash tonight, I'm going to cut up potato and corn and shrooms. Although we're going to do the shrooms whole, as we agreed to, and then herbs. The soup will also have herbs. Those will go in at the end. So the leek, garlic, and kale are going to be in the leek, garlic, and kale. I'm going to like saute in the bottom of the pot. Then I'm going to take some frozen stock and put the frozen stock in there and just heat that until it's warm. Then we'll add the kale, rice, potato. Like then we'll add the stuff that needs to cook. So basically, I'm gonna like sear off the aromatics. I like my stock is frozen, which is frustrating. But like I didn't thaw it earlier, so I'm just gonna put it in the bottom of the pot, and in like a minute or two, there'll be enough liquid on the bottom where it'll stop cooking the aromatics. Okay. That was my timer going off for my 30 more minutes on my oven, my flax, my honey flax bars, flax and honey bars, flax bricks. What are some of the other things that we said? Oh, and then I need to prep the chicken. So soup, dinner, and then this is going to have chicken with harissa. And that'll be good. Okay. I know. Hold on. Let me write down what I want to do with this. Potato, dice, corn is fine. Shrooms I want whole. And then all this stuff for the soup I just want diced pretty fine. Okay. I believe Calvin is home. He is. He is. Catalina, welcome in. Hello, Calvin. How are you?
Good.
Good. I am live, just so you know. Come get your shirt changed and come say hi if you'd like. All right. So we have, oh yeah, these. Ooh. These have turned a beautiful color, and they are not solid, or they're not liquidy on the middle. So I think I'm going to give those a few more minutes because they're still a little, they're more solid around the edge than the center, but the center is pretty solid. Yeah, I'm going to give those 10 more minutes, which may end up overcooking them a little bit, but we'll see. If they overcook and are still soft, that means I want to add less honey to them, or I want to set the timer, or I want to add a little bit of like baking soda to help them along. Okay. If you're happy with the color, you can continue to cook at a lower temp. I think they could be a little darker. I'm imagining them. If they are a little darker, I would still be like, ooh, those are a nice color. The other point with these, is I don't, I hate changing the temperature in the middle of a recipe, especially for like baking something. So I'm trying to keep it like, maybe give them five. You know what? I'm going to give them 5 more minutes. Let's do 5. I hate changing the temperature because the feedback that I always get whenever I suggest changing the temperature is, can we not do that? Because I don't know. I don't personally, like me as a human, I don't really care. As a like, for if I'm just cooking for myself. But if I'm thinking forward of like making something that I want to like pitch to somebody, I'm also like, I know they're going to ask if there's a temperature I can just cook these at. I could also lower the temperature from the start and bake them longer. So what I'm doing right now, I'm just going to go through with where I am. And then if it's a little too dark, I may like keep the same time, but then leave, I don't know, then leave like a little longer time. I don't know. Baker, welcome in.
Smells like snacks.
Smells like snacks, he said. It is snack. There is a snack in there in the oven.
In the oven?
Uh-huh.
What is it?
Flax and oat honey. Flax. Hold on. We have one opportunity to name these correctly. These are flaxen honey bars. Sound good?
Honey.
Sounds good, he says. What if I called them oat and flax seed bars?
Yay.
Not as good. Yeah, see, words matter. So Fluff, no school today. Indeed, no school for Calvin on Thursday.
Also, they have to next week. I confirm.
If it's on fire, if smoking or it's on fire, it's done. This is very true.
Can I go to the corner store?
Mom's in chat. She says hi.
Snack.
Mom's in chat. She says hi.
Hi, Mom.
Say that again.
Can I go to the corner store?
No, not to me. I heard that.
Oh.
Say hello to your mother.
Oh. Hi, Mom. I'm so happy to see you. Okay, can I go to the corner store now? Did I deserve it?
Can you go to the corner store? Yes.
Yay.
Use the quarters in the drawer and get me one of those things. Let him go to the corner store. By the time I read that, I already said yes. I want my credit. You know the things. The little.
Yeah, I know. I mean, like what flavor?
Oh, I don't know. Whatever.
Tangerine?
Quarters? Yeah, quarters. I don't have any cash. Yeah, give me the mango or the tamarind one. Hold on, I might have $1 in here. But yeah, go get something. Just go use the quarters from the drawer and get
The
something.
dollar would be really helpful.
Got a big $1 for you.
Oh,
Yeah, look at all these quarters in here. Sheesh. It's got to be like It's got to be like $10 in quarters. They love when you give them change too.
$10 in cash.
Whoa! What do you mean you have 10? It's got $10 in cash. Where'd you get $10 in cash? Okay.
Your emergency money.
Get out of your piggy bank. Stop going in your piggy bank to get money. That is.
It wasn't in my piggy bank. I mean, I probably got it out of my piggy bank at some point and put it somewhere. I
Okay.
have emergency money in my closet.
He has emergency money in his closet?
Specifically corner store.
Corner store emergency money in his closet? You shouldn't have said that. Gwen, I didn't put up the zings yet. Okay, yeah, just go to the corner store. Whatever.
Better not go through.
Don't dip into your piggy bank for money for the corner store. Okay. I know. You said you did. You said you did. I'm just saying don't in the future. Yeah, the piggy bank is your retirement fund, obviously.
That's my college money. I'm saving up.
Gwen, the zings don't work because I couldn't create any blurps, and I reached out to their support team.
Weird quarter dollar.
And I was like, why can't I create any blurps? And they were like, we don't know. Can you send us a link of the ones you were trying to create? And I did, and then I haven't heard back from them. So far, got $120 from the grandparents. Super. Hell yeah.
Same.
Grandparents are like, excellent.
Those are bad.
Do I think college will be a thing in 2035? Yeah. Yes. We were just talking about. Huh?
I graduate high school in 2033.
Okay. Timer went off. Timer went off. Let's check these things. Okay, stop with that. The honking. You sound like a feral goose. Will it be useful? I think so. I think college, while college is unnecessarily expensive, and also it's a good chance to like learn how to exist in the world in a relatively secure environment. It's a gateway to adulthood, frankly, and it's valuable for that alone. Government re-education centers. Yeesh. Probably true. All right, this just came out of the oven. This looks...
The thing I thought.
Yeah, the color of this is pretty solid. I'm happy with it. I'm going to let this cool off now, just for a while. We'll see how it goes. Get a scholarship, not a loan. That's great advice.
Mom, if she's still in chat,
Gwen, do you...
if she wants something.
Calvin wants to know if you are still in chat, which she said bye, but she's probably lurking for like a second or two. And she wants to know, Calvin wants to know if you want anything from the corner store.
I'll also text you.
Okay. It takes a second, so there's usually a little delay. All right, let's put this on. Let's just put this on a cooling rack. I'm gonna put this on the counter over here. I have a fan going, so I'm gonna like put this literally in front of a fan and let this like, or not in front of the fan, but like I'm gonna put it near the fan. There's moving air over here. We're gonna do that. Okay. Now we can start prepping for our soup, because those flax bars are cooling. I don't know how long they're going to take to cool. I want them to be like room temperature, though. That's the goal. I also need to get myself a beverage because...
She said no.
Okay. Okay. She said no? Okay, good. All right. Soup. I'm thankful with regard to my own college education that I got scholarships and grants and did not have to take out the student loans and was able to pay off my loans. I know for myself, I have a lot of my friends are still very much paying off their student loans, and they're in their 40s. And certainly there are people who are older than that still paying off their loans. So I definitely agree with you. Scholarships, grants, not a loan if you don't have to. So, yeah. We'll see. 2033 is a little ways away, but it's coming quick.
Yeah.
Okay. Good, Cal. Thank you for checking with her for that. I'm sure she appreciates it. What? Tamarind. Tamarind is my preference. Mango is number 2. Coconut is number 3.
But whatever you want it for.
Yeah.
Okay.
It bothers me that this cutting board is aligned. No, I do not want to drink. Thank you. Is aligned correctly with the counter, but not with my overhead camera. Okay. There we go. That's better. Heard. Oh, I adjusted this scene too in my OBS work today. This camera box that I'm in used to be right here in this little space, and now it's not. I'm with you 100%, Mix. Post-secondary school should be free. Why are we gatekeeping it and requiring education? Yeah, 100%. You will find no argument with me, and they definitely are predatory. I agree with both of those statements in full. Jordy, welcome in. Jordy, hello. Good to see you. I hope you're doing just lovely. Okay, let's get our ingredients out for the soup. You're better dad than mine was. Listen, I have lots of areas to improve. And I'm aware that as parents, both Gwen and me are just trying our best. And I appreciate y'all saying that. It is kind of you. You're all our dad. Oh my god. Let's get out our soup ingredients. Better credit to my mom, but that's a low bar, not really a compliment. If I told you all the stuff my dad did, you would think it was a horror story. I believe you. I know that some people have it, continue to have it. Rough. Liz, hello. DJ Harley, hello. Welcome in. Oh, excuse me. Liz, thank you for the subs. What? There it goes. Okay. Thank you for the subs. I appreciate it. Didn't trigger any bonuses. It did. It got one. Valorant. It says Valorant gave out a community sub. I don't know if it gives the Valorant. What is included? It Oh, right. Okay, I got you. Well, you know what? I'll take that one anyway. Valorant probably knows that I've never talked about them. Valorant is definitely like, we have never heard this person talk about us. You're not getting shit. Stop it. How about now? Well, I appreciate Liz. I appreciate you. Liz, thank you. That is 5, 10. That is 30 minutes of a hairnet. That is, oh God. Excuse me. That's a long time. We're gonna get out. Today is the last day of September, isn't it? I try my best. It's all that we ever got. It's all that we can ever do is try our best, honestly. And I appreciate you. That is, by my recollection, we should build something. We should build something. Oh my God! I was one off. Okay, we have to hold on. I have to do some math. You're too generous, Liz. I appreciate you so much. I really do. And did Valorant ruin it? Valorant ruined everything. Valorant ruined everything. Ruined everything. Always. I need to literally get a calculator to, because I can't, because math is not in my purview here. Let's see. 5, 6. We'll count the Valorant subs too. We'll count the Valorant subs too. 5, 6. 26, 16, 18, 19, 26, 27. Tatsu, thank you. Hello. 27. That's a lot of hairnet. We're about to have a lot of hairnet. There's so much hairnet. We're gonna have a hairnet for the rest of stream. The math is because, Sita, for every single sub, it's 2 minutes worth of a hairnet. And so I'm counting the number of subs so that I can multiply them by 2. And I appreciate y'all. Liz, thank you for the gifted subs. You're very generous and very kind. And also a very long-standing member, not just a moderator, but a long-standing member of the community, and someone who's been extremely helpful for me in not just your cookie submissions, but also your recipes that you've shared with me and the generosity that you've given by your time and advice. And that's where I will stop talking about the accolades, because I don't want to make it awkward for you. But I do appreciate you, and I hope you know that. Several layers of hairnet. Oh my god. We're gonna have to use like cheesecloth for that kind of hairnet. The cheesecloth hairnet. Yikes. Yikes. Today is in fact the last day of September. It is the last day of discounted subs.
Yeah, they had tamarind.
Oh, they had tamarind. Tamarind, thank you.
Not
We want to make my meal. Or it has to be all at once. Oh no, it does not have to be all at once. It's cumulative. It's cumulative, and if I'm checking in Discord, which I literally am right now, you're already there and then some, because you had a few earlier this month, so you are already there.
For what, cookie cloth or something?
I mean no, yeah, it has to be all at once. Just kidding. No, you're definitely already there. And yes, that would be. Wait, we're down here now.
Here.
Ding, 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 ding. 25. Oh, yes.
Use it.
Oh, thanks. Cal gave me my duck.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. We're at 27 subs. I do need to stretch. That is correct. Let's do that. Here's what we're going to do. Because we haven't done this. So, geez, Danish, just damn it, you caught me. Maybe I can even vacuum seal one. Okay. We're gonna have to do it. I have to do it now. Also, I want to note that Bob for an Apple is on that list too. We should do that. We should do that. Okay. Thank you. We're gonna start 54 minutes of a hairnet. 54 minutes. Hold on. Okay. Oh my god.
54 minutes of no hat.
Yeah. Of not just no hat, but like a hairnet, as in like. Cal's down here laughing at me. He's giggling. He's giggling. Look at him. He's giggling. You want a hairnet? Hold on. Can Cal wear one too? I would never deign to make him wear a hairnet. He can wear one if he wants to, but I will not make him do that. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
He's going to do some reading. Wait, 54. So we got, hold on. Here's how this works. 2, 4, 54. There we go. Okay. And let's bob for an apple. We haven't done this on stream. We haven't yet. I thought I was going to get away from having to do that this month. I thought for sure I wasn't going to do that. But now I have to prove it. Where's the thing? Okay. Hold on.
Myself, I got one of those frozen things.
Oh, good. So,
Yeah.
yes, I can get my whole head in here.
Can I try to fit my whole head in there?
It works. Okay. Bob for an apple was if you gift 15 subs at any point, cumulative this month. And so that means that we have some folks who have already gifted a few subs. Where am I here? This is under entry tracking. I'm looking under the entry tracking channel in Cookie Club under the gifted subs. So Odikins has already gifted a few. Tatsu has already gifted a few. Liz has gifted a few. Jamie has gifted a few. So we have some folks that have already, that don't need to gift 15 to get there. No pressure. Bob for an apple is, I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna fill it mostly with water. I'm gonna put an apple in it. I'm gonna dip my face in and get it out, and I'm gonna eat the apple in a way that maybe you've never seen someone eat an apple before, but we'll see. We'll see. But I'm gonna be very honest, y'all, that I haven't tried this at all. So I don't know if this is gonna work or if I'm gonna drown. I have bobbed for an apple once in my whole life, and I wasn't able to do it because it was like a bucket. And it was too deep and I couldn't get my head. I couldn't get my head all in it. Have we decided on a September cookie recipe? No, I haven't. No, I definitely haven't yet. And should you redeem some points for entry? Checking the entry tracking channel in Discord. Mix, I do not see your entries in here. I do not see your entries in here. So, you could totally do that. You could totally put your entries into chat. Darlene on YouTube, thank you. I appreciate it. 1, 2, I saw your chat earlier. I didn't respond to it. I'm sorry I didn't respond to that. I'm sorry to hear about your dad. I hope that he's recovering nicely. Darlene on YouTube said that her dad had fallen off of a ladder and gotten injured, and obviously certainly hope for a not extended recovery, a quick recovery. Anonymous, thank you for the tip. I appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, let's put an apple in here. Have apples. Let's see. Let's find one that's. Let's find a good one. There we go. Okay. Let's see. This needs more water. The hair that makes me look younger, Jordy. Oh, thank you. Okay, we're gonna stretch, and then we're gonna get this apple out of here. Okay. Is it floating? It is floating. What if we zoom in down here? What if we zoom in and move the chicken? I'm afraid to move the chicken too far out of the way because if I move it to the other side of the counter, one of the cats will most definitely jump up. Let's stretch first, though. We had a stretch routine. I don't think I've ever done this. I have not had many opportunities to bob for an apple lemon, and I probably would not make it part of my normal, like, practice. Oh, I always stretch my back because my back is, like, what generally hurts the most. Yeah, why would I want to put my face in shared water with my mouth open? Yeah, you don't. Oh. You've never stretched and bobbed for apples in a hairnet in your own kitchen? No. You know what? I haven't. Well, we're going to. Let me move the microphone away from the thing. Okay. Okay, we also have a little, I have a towel underneath of here. I have a towel. Okay, what's the best strategy here? Okay, so you're supposed to just like go at it, right? And then like, it's not that deep. So I think I'm just gonna like, Elsie, what do you want? Elsie's up here, she's looking at the chicken. The moment I put my face in here, she's gonna eat that chicken. I see you. I see you seeing the chicken. Back off. Eh? Fine, come here. Do you want to help? You gonna help? No, it's not that deep. Yeah, 10 cats. Just 3. Just 3. And this one just got caught. Okay. Good girl. She's trying to jump on the counter. Okay. Yeah, face goes in and she goes for the chicken. I know. I'm gonna put a little bit more water in this because I don't think it's gonna overflow all that much. It probably will, but we'll see. That's why we put the towel. Okay. Cat emotes. Okay, Joe, holy shit. Joe, you're so generous. Thank you. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna have to do this twice. We're gonna have to do this twice. Let's get it over with once. Joe Adultman, I appreciate you. Amazing. Thank you. Your generosity is lovely and kind. We're gonna do 2 apples. Because what I said about this was that we were going to do 2, or we're going to do 1 for every time that happens. Let's see. What do I need to add here? I need to add 40 minutes to the timer. Also, I want to intro. Joe, can you please go into... No, I'm not going to actually ask. I'm not actually going to ask you to do that. I'll write that down. I will write down that as opposed to going in Discord. I got you. I got you. Hey, Valorant, thank you for the subs too. I guess we add 14 minutes for Valorant too, right? That's 10 plus 4. Okay, good lord. All right, let's get this apple. Are we ready? We're gonna do 1, and we're gonna do another, and then I'll eat them. Okay. Yeah, that goes far enough down. They're not actually paying for the sub. No, that's true. That's fine. I'm not paying them for their game. Okay. We're gonna bob for this. Are we ready? Are we ready? Here, hold on. Do I need to zoom this in? Yeah. Let's zoom in. We'll zoom in here, and then we'll go for it. All right. Oh God. Hold on. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna move that so that you can see the inside. Okay. Okay.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
I
have no
can't
freaking
laugh
idea
while
what
I'm doing
doing.
this, otherwise I'm gonna just get fucking water all up in my nose. Okay. Zen. I can't stop laughing, sorry. No.
I'm in danger.
Mellis, you're right. Okay, this one, here we go. Here we go. We're just going for it. That's so much water. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Try number two. Try number two. This is so ridiculous. Why did I agree to this? I got it.
Excuse me, Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Daddy? Sorry. I'm sorry, Daddy. Bye.
Made you some content.
One. Okay, I did get water in my nose. I got a lot of water on the thing. Let's get. I'm gonna get another apple out of the fridge. Also, my face feels super refreshing. That was actually kind of nice. Okay. Oh, okay. One more. One more.
I'm in danger.
Okay. No pre-bitten advantage. No. Well, we just got another set of subs, right? Wait, that was 20, yeah? Yeah. No, it's 15. It's only 15 to bob for an apple. I should have probably done this. She's probably out
I
cheating.
know what I'm
No.
doing. I have no
She's
freaking idea
she's
what I'm doing.
watching ridiculous nonsense on Twitch. Okay. Here we go. Second apple. I'm gonna get this one on the first try. Hold on. We can get this. Okay. Second try. Or third try. Second apple. 3, 2, 1. Hold on. Ah, nope. Too far away. We gotta. Whoo. That was. Okay, try it again, right away. Oh my God, we did it. Okay. Okay. In case anyone else wants to give 15 more subs, we will do that again. I'm gonna go ahead and eat this apple. It's much harder in the larger water vessel. Yeah, no, I'm imagining like a bucket. See, I was thinking of a bucket, Velos. I was also thinking a bucket's not transparent. And now my cutting board that I was about to use is soaked. It'll be dry pretty soon. That's okay. All right, this towel is done though. We still got an hour and a half of hairnet. How do y'all eat an apple? Do y'all start from the bottom? Because I do. A good apple. Slices, okay. I eat it directly through the middle. Including the core. Mike, hello. a monster apple eater. Well, I want to show you what's left at the end of this. There's a few seeds. DJ Harley, that's right. Everything with the stem and seeds. And sometimes the seeds, if I miss one. Thought I said my howdy. Whenever you get to it is good enough for me. I'm uncomfortable. Where do we get to the second one? I'm just kidding. It's no different than the first. Yeah, I'll eat the seeds. Well, like, the thing is, if we eat the apple from the side, you just get to the core, like, all at once. If we eat it from the bottom, you eat the core in every bite. Camille asked if I've been consuming apples this matter my whole life. No, I saw it on YouTube. And I was like, that's weird, and I like it. So I'm going to start doing that now. And I did. And that was a while ago. But you know what? They weren't wrong. Because when you're finished, that's what's left. No, because it won't hurt you. Sometimes I miss one and just end up swallowing it, but like, whatever. I promise you, you won't, you might, you will. If you think about it too much, you'll be like, oh, there's a little tiny piece of the core. But if you just kind of eat it, it mixes the core, little pieces of the core just mix in with the skin. Well, y'all, I didn't think we were going to do that. I thought we were getting away with it. I thought I was getting away this month without having to bob for an apple. I was wrong. And I'm thankful to be wrong. Because I'm thankful for y'all. And I appreciate it. Should I cut this one up? No. I don't think so. Cricket snacks? Oh, shit. Oh, we did the bike ride, though. That's cool. I'm looking forward to that one. The bike should be fun. Where should we go biking? I have the first two, the pumpkin carving and the chocolate onion, already on the calendar. Like, I put them on the calendar already. They're at normal stream times too. I think we're gonna do all of these during normal stream times. So that when I say normal stream times, I mean like Tuesdays and Thursdays, midday Eastern. Because that's like when I'm usually streaming. So that the majority of folks can watch. Sorry, thank you for your gifted subs. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. We have now, we've for the crickets, indeed. This was a suggestion from one of our moderators who found a bunch of cricket snacks on the internet and was like, would you be willing to eat these? And I was like, yeah, of course I'd be willing to eat these. But what I said, if you click not click, command September, and you look at the like descriptions of all of these in the link, which is also the link if you like screenshot the QR code, it takes you to the same place. The goal is to like bake something with these too. Not just get the snacks and consume them and be like, those are different, / whatever they end up being, but also to like bake something with them. The cricket meal. Yeah. We did go real quick, Liz. That was very quick. It was quicker than I thought. That was quick. That was in like the moment where I was like, I'm about to start actually like getting a bunch of shit out on the counter. So I'm not gonna lie. That was great timing. Because I did not have a counter full of vegetables. And now I can just keep this turning on while I'm doing actual vegetable prep. I love apples. Obviously. I really do love apples, so they're so good. I don't even know what kind these are. We do have an ad break coming up on Twitch. I can't pause it. I paused it already several times so that it didn't come up in the middle. Can we get more context on the erotic recipe? Can we get more context on the erotic recipe, please? That's an interesting thing out of context. But I know the context you're asking about is the context of this. Yes. So recipes, here's what we'll do. I'm going to explain what the erotic recipe reading is. And then we're going to take a quick break. The recipe reading is for not a recipe that is like specifically written to be erotic, but the thought is that people can submit recipes that are filled with nuance and double entendre, maybe triple entendre if that's your thing, and I will read them in a way that highlights those characteristics of those recipes live. So it is not so much like reading a specifically bawdy written to be that way recipe, although I'm sure those are out there too. But it is more like highlighting the ways that actual recipes are already doing that. And we'll find some good ones. It's not just like, let me look at the first 5 recipes in this cookbook. So that is what that is. Let's take a quick break. I'm going to continue to stand here and eat this apple. And then I'm going to floss. We're going to play a game of words on stream, and then we'll be right back to actually, hopefully, perhaps, start making our soup today. Here comes a 3-minute ad on Twitch. We'll be right back. Here's a game of words on stream. If you don't like watching words, you can go subscribe on YouTube. There's a link to that in chat. All right, here comes an ad. We'll be right back. Thank you for your patience.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Got apple all up in my teeth. I love apples, but like, damn. Man, my screen and OBS is like glitching. It's only when words on stream is up though. Interesting. weird. What about... Is that a word? Nope. Nope. Oh, it's already there. Two 5 letters, two 4 letters. What is oped? Op-ed? We were real close on that one. I say we. I didn't contribute to that. But I was here for moral support. Just mash. You're just mashing it. That's fine. Understood. Where'd that seed go? It's wild. My screen is so glitchy with words. It's incredible. You know, donut is a word. It's every time someone types donut in chat, I feel like it's not. Why is it D-O-N-U-T? What the hell? That's silly. Hey, if you're on Twitch, welcome back. I appreciate your patience. I'm taking this last bite of apple, and then I'll be right there. I want to run some floss through my teeth. I'm tired of sensory issues. There we go. Okay. Super Scott, welcome in. All right. Nope, wrong button. There we go. We made it. We bought for 2 apples. That's what's left of both of those apples. That's it. Focus. Come on. Come here. Come here. There we go. Is that in focus? I can't tell. I'm a little fuzzy. Yeah, that's what's left after 2 apples worth of Bobby. The Able Remnants. That sounds like the name of like a ska band or something. All right, it's quiet, so let's prep some vegetables for soup and dinner. I also want to turn my oven on. Nope, oven's still on. Good. Okay, we're here making some soup. We're going to make a vegetable sort of medley-ish thing. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to prep the leeks and garlic. Leeks and garlic first. We're going to saute those in this pan. Then I'm going to put the stock in there, and then we're going to prep the rest of the ingredients because the stock is frozen and it's going to take a little bit of time to thaw and then come up to temperature while that is in the pan. So we're gonna do this in phases here so that we can be more efficient with our time. Yeah, right. I'm always trying to be more efficient with my time, but then I'm like, not. Okay, what else is going in the soup though? Let's do a little bit of, hold on. I said leek and garlic. Let's do a little bit of celery too. Because I have some and it's good. So that's good. I have some time. Here's my mushrooms. While I'm in the crisper drawer, let's just get out the stuff that we need. Broccoli, no. Broccoli's not going in there. Green beans are not going in there. This chicken is going to get used today, but not in this moment. Okay, so let's put this over there. Leeks. Hold on, I got too much stuff out. I got alarms going off in my head. It's like, you're overwhelmed. There's all this stuff on the counter. I know. Thank you, brain. I appreciate it. Okay, and garlic. That was the other thing. Let's do. Yeah, we got garlic here. For anyone who is hanging out and lurking, I appreciate you. Thank you for your lurk. If you are lurking and not following, I want to alert you that there are no alerts if you hit the follow button. So if you're the type of person who doesn't want to have a big show when you hit follow on a new channel because you're not sure what the vibe is, I want to assure you that you can hit the follow button and there are no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no chat messages, nothing at all happens when you hit the follow button. I won't even say hi to you or thank you for following unless you say hi first. So if you're a lurker, like I like to be, please know that you can just hit the follow button and continue to lurk in anonymity. Okay, we're going to Angry Rook. Hello, good to see you. You know what we got? Hold on. Watch this. We got something the other day. I forgot about it until just this moment, and it's bringing me great joy. Did I show you all this yet? I did. I've already used this on stream at least once. Does anyone know what it is? Does anyone know why I'm so excited right now? It's a stupid reason. It's not stupid. I'm excited, and I'm allowed to be excited for any reason I want to be. We got a permanent cannoli. Just kidding. It's for peeling garlic. God. I was convinced. Yes, the garlic. That's right. For all of our garlic peeling purposes, and I need to add more pressure to it. There we go. You can like hear it when it's done. It's kind of great. See, now this was a little small. That was a small piece. It's for peeling garlic. It does a pretty good job. It reduces your garlic paperwork to nothing and keeps your fingers from getting too sticky. The worst part about garlic is, in fact, the peeling it. And this seems to be doing the job nicely. I've seen these for a long time. We were talking about them in chat recently. I went to Fonte's, my local like kitchen store, recently, and they were like, they had one there. They had this one, in fact, and I was like, hey, and I've been into Fontes before on stream, and like they know that I stream. They know, you know, I've been there on stream, and I've also like talked to them about it. And I was like, hey, my chat says that these really work. Do they really work? And they were like, the person was like, oh yeah, they're great. And I was like, okay, sold. Like it was like $2. I was like, all right, like that sounds fine. I can do that. I can swing a $2 Garlussy. But like I just peeled that whole pile of garlic without getting my hands and fingers all sticky, which is like quite nice. I'm not gonna lie. Can you do a bunch of them at once? What are they actually called? A garlic roller, I think. A manual garlic peeler, perhaps? No. They're more of a monogamous type of situation here. I just tried to put 3 of them in there. Maybe that was too much. Silicone garlic peeler. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, no garlic hands. That's the like the worst part about the peeling of garlic is that it just like gets your hands all sticky, and then it actually becomes difficult to do. That was way easy. That was way easy. The inside of it is textured for ease of use. And that's all we're going to say about that. Lemon, I see you. I see you. It is convenient. $14.95 at Williams Sonoma, right? The flirt bot didn't see. Yeah, it was. You know, that would be a fun word to add to the bot. I feel like that's probably the right move. We'll see it. We'll see if it pops up later. Remember, Logan, I was telling you about the streamer bot Discord. If you go look in their support channel and you look close enough, you will find every word that the flirt bot recognizes, because I posted it in their support channel. And they were like, what the fuck? And I was like, look, I'm sorry. I just need to know why this isn't working. And some nice soul in the StreamerBot Discord read through the whole thing and pointed out exactly where the error was, and they were right. And they got it, and it works now. Words with FlirtBot, right? I can only imagine. I'm like, initially I'd posted it, and I'd only posted like a few words, because I was like, I can't. I was like, it's honestly, it's kind of embarrassing to post all of this in like a public Discord. And they were like, well, this is what's wrong with this query. And I was like, all right, but like, okay, that didn't work. So here's the whole thing. And they were like, I see the error. And I was like, all right, thank you. Please don't look at me anymore. Pinrell, you got one. You got one free. It's the type of thing that would come for free, right? And I feel like you could even use one of those like rubber jar openers. Like the other thing that I have from Fontes is one of these, which is also like textured on the bottom. So I feel like I could have just used that and rolled it underneath of that, but I don't know. Yeah, the StreamerBot, you know, much love to StreamerBot. They have a amazing support community. So for anybody who's listening who also streams and is not currently using StreamerBot, I would encourage you to give it a shot, because it is amazing And now in the new version, the 1.0 version, they completely redesigned it, and it's actually user-friendly now. Their UX actually looks good too. I don't get a commission from them, but I love their product, and I pay for it too. Elsie's up here on the counter. No. Hold on, I'm keeping an eye on you. I'm looking at you. I'm watching you. I see you. This is why. Feed up. I got it. There's no chicken here. It's on the stove. This is just garlic. It's literally garlic that I'm cutting. Baby. Look at the pretty kitty. This is Elsie. She's in charge. Elsie is the middle size of the three cats, but she is the ringleader. She is the ringleader. This is a good girl. She's a good girl. Mm-hmm. Yes, and you are now like, I've been captured, and I wish to get down. Okay. Down to the floor she goes. Washing my hands again. I did not get a haircut uncommon. It is in fact just the hairnet. It's keeping things flat. I was wearing a hat earlier in this stream, so it's also like a little flattened down just because I was already wearing a hat. But I did not get a haircut. I am not going to get a haircut. I love haircut day, to be honest. I'm not getting a haircut again until right before TwitchCon. So my next scheduled haircut is Tuesday, October 14th. Okay, we're gonna cut up this leek. I'm gonna cut 2 leeks. Instead of an onion, I mean, like a leek is an onion, but instead of an onion classic, we're gonna cut up these leeks, and I'm just taking them apart here. That one outer layer had like a little bit of dirt in it. These are looking pretty good. So I'm just gonna shave these off. Not shave, I'm gonna dice these. I'm gonna dice all of these. These leeks are super clean. I don't know if they actually grow these in the dirt. This is a hydroponic farm. So I actually I think these are hydroponic leeks. I'm not sure. Let's see, welcome in. Hello, food and drink streamer. Fellas, I was trying to get pictures of the cats earlier today. I want to make emotes for them of their faces, like the Daisy emote that we have. And I didn't have any pictures of them from straight on, except Obi, which I had like 20,000 pictures. I don't know what that one did, so I typed it. I love it though. We have for all the subscribers here, for anyone who just got a new subscription, also a gifted subscription, we have sound commands for subscribers. They're all in the panel down below. So if you're curious about sound commands, you can take a look in the panel, and that panel is completely updated as of this morning. We have 2 new sounds today, in fact. See if you can spot them. There are notes about what those sounds are in the Discord channel called Release Notes. Interesting, Joe. I wonder why that one didn't play. Maybe try it again. Angry Rook, I am going to TwitchCon. Yes, I'm going to be there. It's I'm going to be there for a day, kind of on each end of the thing. I realized this will be my third one, and I realized that I can't. It takes a while to like I don't know. It's such a like weirdly out of schedule thing for me that I sort of need to have like a down day. I admire the folks who travel in, and I don't admire is not the right word. The folks that like travel in the very early morning of like Friday and then are like it's just immediately in it are like, holy crap. Interesting. The popular sound should work. I tested all the sounds today. I tested them and redid a couple things. I don't know if that one. I can look in a second and see if it actually received the command. It should work though. Sound commands in chat are for subscriber only. Did I test them live? No, I did not. It shouldn't make a difference. Just because of the way it's the stream being live doesn't have any bearing on the sounds because they're run off of my local hard drive. So the command should work. The command should work if the bot is on, even if OBS isn't running. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to saute the onion, the leek and garlic and celery. And then I'm going to put the stock in there. And when the stock is in, we'll cut up the rest of the vegetables for all of this. Maybe OBS messed up. It might. OBS doesn't have anything to do. The sound commands aren't running through OBS, though. They don't ever touch OBS. Really, I have as little touch OBS as possible for the stream. Most things are run through StreamerBot. Like, for all the IRL streams, they're running all the stuff that happens on the IRL streams is run through StreamerBot off of this computer that I'm using, without OBS running at all, even open. So let's try something. Hold on. Let me try. That's weird. Elsie, I hear you. Commands. Sounds. Okay. P-O. Huh. Wait. Oh, interesting. It's actually not even a command anymore. Hold on. I think I accidentally deleted the command. Watch this. Not watch. Groups, sounds, options, cooldowns, global cooldown. And go ahead, Joe, and try it again. should work now.
Popular. You're gonna be popular.
Lovely. Easy. To the stove. We fix things live. The only reason I could do that is because the action already existed. I just needed to tie the command to it. Okay, then I also have this one, which is only for me.
Popular. I know about popular.
Because that one says, I know about popular. It's self-referential, so I'm the only one who has that sound. Anyway, a little weird note about me. Here's the stove. Let's put that where it's visible. And we're going to start with some olive oil. Yeah, live troubleshooting, right? That's the best. La, 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 you'll be popular, just not quite as popular as me. Boom, boom, boom. All right, let me change the white balance in here because that's looking a little bit yeller. There we go. That's the color that actually is in real life. Hold on. Let's get this. Okay, we're gonna pop the leeks and the celery in here. We're going to saute these for a few minutes until they're soft. Finishing work. That's the time of day, isn't it? 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Eastern Standard Time. From here on in, we shoot without a script. First up, Roger, tuning a Fender guitar that he hasn't played in a year. All right. We're gonna salt this and pepper this and keep it seasoning all along. Enjoy the new emotes. I love that sandwich one. I think I want the sandwich one to be an animated emote, where it's like coming in like a sandwich. As sandwiches do. I don't know what I really meant by that, but like, well, I'm sure someone can make that body. And where's my salt? Salt is all the way over here on the counter. Works slow. It does work slow. And if I end up if I like turn it so it's coarser, it like works faster, but then things are coarser. So I don't really like that. Dan, welcome. Someone's going to hit a check-in today that's a multiple of 20. If you haven't checked in yet today, command check in, CHECKIN. It's in the title of the stream. Don't forget to do that today because I'm waiting for someone to hit a multiple of 20. I made one little update that should be a big help. Fellas, thank you. Angry Rook, ride safe. Enjoy your ride. What a nice way to finish your day. Okay, we're going to leave these to cook down for just a few moments here while I get my stock out of the freezer and opened. So let me just kind of keep those like that. So we're going to come back over here for just a moment. 40 next stream, excellent. Yeah, and we had a few people who hit a multiple of 20 on the last stream too. So it's like we're skirting right around it a couple times, but I'm waiting. Someone might, if someone hits it today, we'll know. We'll know. I mean, it won't be like a huge thing. Yes. Your 111th check-in. Angel number, nice. Excellent check-in number. We had someone hit 333 today too. We have two such numbers. Jamie, welcome in. Jamie hit 180 the last stream. I'm waiting, Jamie. We're waiting for someone to hit their multiplier today because I made something. I want to see if it works. It's silly and small. It's not. It's going to happen, and y'all are going to be like, whatever. But I'm going to be excited. Because it's something I was talking about. What do I need? I just need someone to have hit their multiple of 20 check-ins today. Because I made an update over the weekend to the way that the check-in multiplier thing works. It'll happen. Someone will hit it. Someone will get there. If not today, then Thursday. I was going to say tomorrow, but I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow. Tomorrow is Wednesday. Okay, these are starting to melt nicely. Cal, did you need anything? You just came down because you finished your reading and you were going back upstairs. Okay. Do you need anything? Okay. So I said next stream. Yeah, and I'm really we're gonna get just okay. The next week should be a normal-ish week. The 2 weeks, yeah, basically like the middle of October is going to be weird because we have a camping trip and then TwitchCon sort of like back like right there, like right next to each other. So I'm probably, the schedule is updated. The schedule on Twitch, if you hit the schedule tab, and the schedule in Discord, the schedule on the calendar, command calendar, all of those have been updated and are accurate. So just a little heads up, and FYI. Trying to stay consistent with a Tuesday, Thursday schedule, which also leaves me like Monday and Wednesday to do non-stream productive things. But we're live right now. Yeah, I got the mushrooms ready, and we're gonna, like I said earlier, we're gonna whole roast these instead of putting them in dinner so that they're not mixed in and offensive. Hello, Gwen's home. I have not. This is the first I've heard of her. She was up in the kitchen just like a few minutes ago, walking around. She peed in the hallway earlier, but I cleaned it up. I love the mushrooms. Yeah, she peed in the hallway while I was out earlier, and then when I came home, I cleaned it up. Mushroom for offensive things. Gwen doesn't like mushrooms. So I was going to put them in the hash that I'm making for dinner, and I've decided to not do that. We're going to put them, we're going to roast them whole, because I'm already roasting. So we're going to roast them whole in the oven with, I think I'm going to roast them maybe with the chicken at the same time, and then they'll all just kind of cook together. I think that's actually what now that I'm like getting to that point, I think that's might be actually what I do. Okay, so this is good. I'm going to add a little bit more olive oil to this and the garlic. So add the olive oil. Where's my bench scraper? There's my bench scraper. And there's the bot right on time talking about the calendar. Good job, bot. Let's add the garlic in here, and then I'm gonna add some stock, and then that will need to melt because it's frozen. So while that melts, we'll get the rest of the stuff ready, the rest of this soup ready. Now this soup is not for dinner tonight. So as I sort of am working on the soup, I'm also going to be working on dinner, and dinner might be finished before the soup is, before the stock is. I'm just kind of like, I'm in the space of like all the vegetables are just getting prepped kind of all at once, and then we're going to put everything in the stock pot. Command smells good is where we're at right now. Velo says, I've discovered a Dungeons and Dragons things cooking show on Prime. What's the name of the show? That sounds fun. That sounds like something I would enjoy. I love a cooking show. Obviously, I kind of like that. That's like my preferred content on Twitch. Heroes Feast. Is it new? Heroes Feast? It is an appropriate name. Or is it like there's 7 seasons of it or something already? Okay, we're gonna put this stock in here now. So again, I just have frozen stock. And I'm gonna go ahead and like scrape this all around. This is sort of like a, what's the term for it? Like a big Brillo pad almost. Just kind of scraping the bottom. Good. And now that's gonna melt off. I'm gonna put a couple more of those in there and close the lid and let that just melt until it's completely melted. And then we'll add the rest of the stuff to this soup. But as that's melting, we'll work on the rest of the dinner stuff. 2023. Okay, so it's pretty new. What's the lid for this pot? It's a weird lid. It's got like a... Is this the right one? It looks like the other ones, but it's not. There we go. Perfect. Okay. If you look hard enough, you can see the camera in that shot. Cool. Key in the basement. Well, that is predictable, I guess. She might have, yeah. Yeah, she was just up here, and then I heard you come in. They have a cookbook too. Excellent. You roll the dice in the cookbook to determine the volume of ingredients. It's a bit of a choose your own adventure. Wait, is this the right lid? No, this is not the right lid for this pot. It's not fitting. There we go. That's the right lid. All right. Chicken for dinner. So that's going to take a little while to melt, right? Correct. That's going to take a little while to melt. So I'm going to get the chicken and the mushrooms in the oven. I'm going to get the chicken and the mushrooms in a pan. Then we'll prep the rest of our soup stuff. And again, the soup is for tomorrow night. We have a... I'm going to use this big piece of like crock here. Tomorrow night, Gwen has a fun task. She's taking one of the foster kittens that we have to like meet their new home, their new like family. So she's going to do that, and Calvin and I are on our own for dinner. And he does not have karate tomorrow night, so we have like a super leisurely after school time, which is nice. So I decided this week I was going to make soup ahead of time, and then that'll just be dinner tomorrow night. Just get it out, warm it up. Easy. Easy. And we're making it ahead. So we're making dinner tonight. Why is this? What was that? What is the? Oh, that's weird. It's like it's like condensing on the bottom of the pot. There's like condensation, sizzling on the bottom of the pot, for lack of a better term. Let's put this in a bowl. Let's put this in a bowl. Let me take this over the sink real quick. Hold on. This has some liquid on it, so I'm gonna take this over by the sink and make sure this is not dripping everywhere, because I have my cutting board over there. I don't want to have to wash my cutting board right now. I'm not in the mood for that. So let's get that over here. And then we're going to put some salt and pepper on here. Put those in the crock along with the mushrooms. And then we'll just set that to the side. Bellis, that does sound like a fun show. I will probably watch that and check. I'll just check it out, because that sounds like one season. So I can do that. I can definitely do that. Not in Getty, totally. A new home. One of Gwen's co-workers is adopting one of the cats, and then two of them are going to a different home. The one who is going solo to a home is going to a home with an existing cat. It's a D&D live stream on Prime. Interesting. I heard that the main Dungeons and Dragons stream on Twitch or YouTube or something was changing their content or their format. Something about it was changing, and people were either upset about it or not. I don't know. I know that Critical Role is, I think, the name of it, and they were something was changing with it, and people had opinions. I don't know what those were, but I wonder if this is in any way a competitor to that. Not Getty, I know. New home indeed. Yeah, and they're almost ready to be adopted. They're a week or two away from getting spayed and neutered, and basically as soon as they're finished recovering from that, they're allowed to be adopted. So they're getting to meet their new siblings. They're getting to meet their new siblings in this week, and then I think it might be a week or two they'll be getting neutered and spayed, and then it's on to new homes. And then I hold my breath and close my eyes, and when I open them, there will be new kittens in the house, because that's how it works. Hasbro. Okay, so Hasbro brought them. Hasbro, Rhode Island company, right? That's Mr. Potato Head, right? I think they're a company. Okay, so the mushrooms. I'm just going to put the mushrooms in with the chicken. They'll cook in here. Or they won't, and then we won't eat them. Whatever, they'll cook. They'll be fine. I'm gonna put the lid on here and hope for the best. It's a choice. It is a choice. It's a choice I'm making, and I'm not confident in, but I am making. I'm gonna add a little bit more to the top. Cover these up. Broccoli, welcome in. And put this in the oven. They're chicken thighs, so I figure my thought process is they're chicken thighs, so they're pretty greasy. They'll end up like it'll all end up cooking. I was going to roast them separately on a sheet pan, but I decided not to. They're the Disney of the tour world. That's an interesting way to phrase that. I've never heard that before. Yeah, and Critical Role I've heard before. I've actually watched that like a time or two, but I don't know. I don't know really anything about it. I know like many big streams and like big things like productions like that. People have like strong opinions in both directions. There's a lot of there's a lot of opinions. Let me wash my hands here. Wash my hands. Set a timer for the chicken. Check the soup, and then we'll move forward. And York says they're moving to Boston. Okay. Still a New England company, though, right? Like they were, I feel like they were Rhode Island, or they are from there. Maybe I'm wrong. I tend to be a bit lost. I am completely lost when I watch stuff like that, fellas. Yeah. I enjoy it. I don't think I need to know. It's like watching a sitcom for me. Like, I don't need to know what's going on to enjoy it somewhat. And it's far more enjoyable if you know what's going on. Like, I don't, but it's still kind of fun to watch sometimes. I come from a place of far preferring to watch that type of thing as opposed to like play it. I'm unlikely to ever be an enthusiastic Dungeons and Dragons player. Just how I am. Okay, so we have the leek, the garlic, the celery in there, kale, potato. Kale and potato need to go in next. So we're going to cut the kale up. That is, how do I want to cut this up? I want to cut this up into ribbons. There's a leak in the pot. There is a leak in the pot. I thought there was a leak in the pot, but it turns out it's just where the frozen thing is. The frozen cubes are touching the bottom. There are Parker Brothers and Milton Bradley. They really are. Hasbro, okay. Okay, I see you, Hasbro. Can you use kale for stock and broth? I feel like the stems are not great for that. In Pawtucket, yes. Okay. The Seaport. I've been to the Seaport area. I don't know if I remember using kale in stock before. I think I have. I think it's also like broccoli stems. Like you don't really want to use it in stock because it's kind of bitter. Curious if anybody has any experience with kale in their broth / stock. Girl Terminator, welcome. Uncommon. The joke has a lot of mileage. I definitely agree. The leaves are more tender overall. Kale doesn't break down like a lot of the leafy grains. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm going to use kale. This is Laciano kale, so it's a bit of, it's a little different than your curly kale. I've used this in soups before. I'm just not sure if the stems, like I'm pulling the stems out of this. I'm like, is this okay to put in a soup? Like, you know how you don't want to put asparagus and broccoli in a soup broth. I have in my head that kale stems are kind of like that, but I also think that they're probably okay to use in broth. The veins, yeah, that's right. Yeah, and I don't want the stems in my soup. That's why I'm deveining them like shrimp. I'm gonna slice these crosswise. Cyber says I would avoid the kale stems in the broth. I'm thinking that's kind of where like broccoli stems. That was my thought. It's been a while since I've like used kale and had this like the moment to consider it like that. Usually I just put the stems in the compost and move along with my life, which is I think where my head is at today. All brassicas. Yeah, and that's where my thought was. So I'm just making a big pot of soup. Jamie's kale trauma. In the mid-90s, I worked at Wendy's and I ran the super bar on Sundays. We used curly kale as decoration on the bar, and we reused the same kale for weeks. It was so gross. Holy shit, that's so gross. That's so gross. That is disgusting. We're using the same kale for more than one day. Oh, Trevor says I ate a lot of the Wendy's kale as a child in the 90s, and the Wendy's workers were probably looking at it. I was really into garnishes. I love garnishes, though, to be fair. Oh my god, the Wendy's salad bar. Y'all are probably of the age where there was like the big to-do in the news about somebody maybe kind of finding a finger in the chili or something like that. I remember that was a thing. Pizza Hut was the number 1 buyer of kale for nearly 30 years, and it was used for decoration. I firmly believe. Growing up as a kid in like that like big salad bar era, yeah. Now that I have like a very different perspective with Jamie's comment now. I'm like, oh my god. I love the salad bar though. I was a big fan of Pizza Hut. We're just deveining the kale. I'm gonna finish chopping up this kale, and then we're gonna take a quick break. So just a heads up for y'all. Shoney's kale. I don't think I've ever eaten at a Shoney's. That was definitely a regional thing. We didn't have those where I was. I remember when my town got an Uno's Chicago style pizzeria, and people were like crazy about it. I also remember when we got what the hell was the name of that place? It wasn't Chipotle. It was some burrito place that like everyone was wild about. It was like a build your own burrito type of situation, and people went nuts over it. Kind of wild. All right, I am erring on the side of caution, and we're going to pop these into the compost. I'm also going to set a timer for my chicken because I forgot. Let's do 20 minutes and see how that goes. I know these probably aren't going to be finished in 20 minutes because they're covered, and usually things heat up a little slower when they're covered. It was $2.99 on Sundays. Oh my god. What the hell was the name of the place that we had? Ponderosa. That was it. I remember the Ponderosa. Ponderosa had Salisbury steak, and I used to think it was fancy. You don't remember the Wendy's finger thing? There was a legend about taco meat and people doing bodily functions in the meat. It was a bad urban legend. Yeah. And now we know that certainly plenty of people take all sorts of liberties with their fast food employment. But I like to think that people don't care enough to really like do significant harm and damage, that there's no like incentive in it. Jamie says, I don't eat Wendy's chili either for good reason, but not because of the fingers. Oh my god. I don't think I would Like, no shade, but I'm pretty sure I would never eat chili from a Wendy's. I am positive that I never have. I am sure that I never will. It's made from the older burgers, Velo says. Pretty sure the sanitation wise was perfectly fine. No, totally. Totally. Saved the meat and converted it to chili, which like makes sense. And as someone who considers that type of thing for like leftovers in my house, not like burger meat. There's never been leftover burger meat. I always just cook the number of burgers we're going to eat. But like from a food waste standpoint, like that's makes sense. Increases your margin, is actually probably perfectly okay from the sanitation perspective, as mentioned. So you're saying it's not fingers. Got it. Brunella says, I hate most other people's chili, but I can handle Wendy's, especially on the baked potato. I just don't, like, for me, it's like burgers or nothing at those types of places. I'm all about the, like, I'll eat the burger, but I'm not going to go in for, like, the more home style foods, if that makes sense. Tammy says, I'm sure it's safe, but it's not advertising. Yeah, which is also a completely valid reason not to eat something. I personally never found anything wrong with it. If you don't like it, sure, but but I didn't mind it. Totally. Yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad idea. Definitely don't hear me saying it's a bad idea, because I'm not. I do think, just me personally, not knowing that aside, I am always reluctant to eat something that's been like just sitting kind of like that. The one exception, my notable hey Lou, you're a hypocrite exception, is Wawa meatballs. I still have a hairnet on. I still have 26 minutes worth of hairnet left. We had some subs earlier.
None of this matters.
Username. I know. I know. Ain't that the truth? All right, where are we at? We have our kale. Let me get the rice out. No. Let's take a quick break. We're going to take a quick break now and get to a little bit of words on stream. Wendy's meat stays on the grill, but it's only there for a certain amount of time. You know, of all the fast food places, Velos, I have almost unilaterally, I'll almost always go for a Wendy's. They're not for the burgers, but the spicy chicken sandwich. I've been a fan. I've been a Wendy's is like, has been my sort of favorite. I appreciate knowing that they actually do something with those burgers, though, if I'm being honest. Like, whether or not I would choose to eat it aside, I kind of love knowing that that's what happens with them. Caretaker says, Wendy's was my first job 25 years ago. Beautiful. Fast food jobs are great. An hour max. Good to know. All right, we're going to take a real quick break here because we have to. Here comes a game of words on stream. I don't know why the sound is doubled, but it is. Here comes a 3-minute ad on Twitch. I'm going to load some stuff into the dishwasher. We'll be right back. Subscribe on YouTube if you don't want ads. There it is. There's a link in chat. BRB.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Okay, let's load this dishwasher because we're in a good spot to do that. Because I'm at the sink, and that's a good place to start when you want to put stuff in the dishwasher. All right. Dishes, dishes. The sink always looks really bad, and then I load the dishwasher, and I'm like, oh, that's better. It's not so bad. Sometimes it's worse. I set a timer for that chicken, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Okay. That was more of a rhetorical question. Hey, these flaxseed bars, by the way, are very cool. Definitely ready to like evaluate. So let's finish getting all this stuff together for dinner and soup, and we will take a look at those before the end of the stream. I'd like to know how they turned out. They're definitely down to room temperature now, which is great. That's where I wanted them to be, or not to be. It is not really a question. Okay. We're moving along here. Getting, what else do I need to cut up? I still need to cut some things up, but I think, okay, that's good, that's good. Alrighty. That's it for the dishwasher. We only have a little bit of only a very little bit of stuff to go in the dish pan. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. We're almost finished with our ads. And I am finished loading dishes. Rinsing a couple things off. Hey, if you're on Twitch, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. I understand that nobody likes the ads, and I don't either. But here we are. We've gotten through it together, and I appreciate the folks who are still here, having sat through the ads patiently and thoughtfully. And if you didn't sit through the ads and you left, goodbye. Whoa, there was a lot of there's a lot of like full, more than 4 letters here. All right, we have one 5-letter word left. It's a 5-letter word. Turin. Hurt. So close, y'all. That was super close. Really good work, though. That was oh, I know why the sound is doubled, because I have words on stream open in 2 tabs. LOL. I'm a professional streamer. I want you all to know. Anyway, let's stir this soup again. Oh, wait, wrong button. There it is. Yeah, this is not, so we're thawing, but we're not quite there yet. We still have some big icy chunks in here. And speaking of icy chunks, I'm gonna add some more icy chunks to this because I'm not seeing as much volume as I really want here. And before I add any other solids to this, like I'm going to add some rice in here. I'm going to add all of that kale. Well, the rice is going to suck up a lot of this liquid. Eventually, this soup is going to be rather thick. I'm also going to turn this up a lot. Like I had it on medium. That's why it's taking. I'm like, why the fuck is this taking so long? It's because I have the burner on like a very low setting. All right, let's scrape this cutting board off. We're gonna cut. What are we gonna cut in here now? I'm gonna cut some potatoes. for dinner, potatoes for soup, hash, potatoes for dinner, so smaller potatoes for dinner, slightly larger chunks for soup. Corn and herbs. Okay, what do we got potato-wise here? So for dinner, we're gonna use these fingerling potatoes because I'm just gonna cut these like in rounds. I'm gonna use the mandolin for this. That's gonna make this a lot easier, and it's gonna make people nervous, which is fun. There's danger. And then for the soup, I'm gonna use the rest of these gold potatoes that I got for mashed potatoes, if they're still good. Are they still good? They are. Great. Time for everyone to take your anxiety beds. I know. I'm going to use the mandolin. And you can watch or not, but I promise you I will use it to the safest possible ability that I have. That is not a proper sentence at all. I promise you that I will use it to the maximum level of safety that I can. No, that I deem appropriate. The maximum level of safety that I can is probably not at all close to what I'm actually going to do. Sorry, Mom. Let's rinse these off first. Here they are. I'm like looking down for the potatoes as if they're anywhere other than like where I just left them. They're not. Timer on the chicken says 6 minutes left. Okay, great. Let's rinse these off. These are little tiny fingerling potatoes, which I love. Just gonna do these in a cast iron pan with salt, butter, pepper, and then corn. Just gonna like cook them off in that. And then we'll have that plus chicken, the roasted chicken that's in the oven right now, for dinner. They could easily run away. If you leave them in there long enough, they definitely grow legs. That is for sure. So I'm going to cut these up. I'm also like, I have, for my soup, the kale and the rice are the next thing that go in. So we're going to, I'm doing prep while I'm also cooking this soup. I just turned that up. So like, let me give this a look-see and how are we doing here? We're doing good. Oh yeah, that is heating up a lot quicker. I think I might just add, no, I was gonna say I might add the kale to that before all of that is melted. I don't think I need to do that though. What I am going to do is something that I forgot to do earlier, which is salt this kale. So I'm just going to I'm adding some salt to it. It's going to season it. It's also going to make it like a little bit softer. If I'd have done that when I cut it up, it would have been better. I didn't. And I need to taste that broth. Let me actually do that. No, I'll do that when it's warm. It's not quite warm yet. Before I cut these small potatoes, I'm going to do two things. I'm going to rinse my knife because it has been a bit. Let me give it a little scrub. I've smashed garlic on here since the last time I've rinsed it, so I want to just... I'm going to use the same knife because I don't see why not. I'm going to cut the potatoes up for the soup. So the thing that's going to take the longest in the soup to cook is rice. That's going to take a little while. How much rice do I want to put in there? I don't want to put a ton. I don't want it to be like a really thick soup. I had in my mind it was like a poem or a song or something, chicken soup with rice. It was in some book. I don't remember when I was a kid. I was like, oh, let me put rice in it. So that's where that thought came from today. I could also put lentils in it, but we've had a lot of lentils recently, so I'm going to maybe give that a break. I have this sushi rice, but I don't really want to use that. I think I'm just going to use some of this white rice that I got for... Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put... no, I'm going to use this white rice. We're just going to go with white rice. Because I have this just like total whatever it is, earthly grains, long grain white rice. I got this also when we were doing a plain food diet for Daisy. So this is just kind of a use it up situation. I'm going to do like a cup and a half of rice or so. Because this is like a pretty big pot of soup. So that will be plenty, but also it won't be an overwhelming amount. And I think I'm going to put the rice and the kale in at the same time. And I probably want those to cook for like 30 or so minutes. Now the rice is also going to continue to absorb liquid in the fridge overnight. Like, it'll be fine. The rice is not going to... As long as I have it on the heat for long enough to get it pretty soft, it's going to end up softening up a bunch more after that. So should be okay. All right, so that's here. So the next things going into that soup are this rice and that kale. I'm going to open the lid and give that another check. Oh yeah, this is... I should have turned this on high from the beginning. Look at how quick it's melting. I say, having not changed the camera at all, and you just gotta take my word for it. All right, let's get these potatoes cut. Potatoes in a bowl. I'm gonna cut these in a relatively smaller dice. Woo! Almost just stabbed myself in the palm again. Felt it graze. Oof. Felt it graze. Wouldn't be the first time I stab myself in the palm on stream. Hopefully, the last time that's happened has already happened, but, you know. Prob not. Prob not. I'm not even... we haven't even gotten to the mandolin yet. Watch as I use the knife while staring directly into the camera. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that. Listen... I'm reckless, but I'm not foolish. That was 20 minutes. So that was for the chicken. The chicken is most certainly not finished yet. I'm going to finish cutting these potatoes, and then we'll check that chicken. I'm mainly checking the chicken to see how much time it has left, not whether or not it's done. I know it's not finished. 9 out of 10 doctors recommend you don't stab yourself. Yes. And that 10th doctor, we don't like to talk about that 10th doctor. That 10th doctor is the person you go to when you need to get a physical, but you know you're not going to pass. Dr. Acula. I am not in on that joke, True Caretaker, but I'm imagining who that is in the context of like pop culture. I think we all know who that is. We have a lot of towels on the counter over here. I need to like toss some of these. I have a pile of used towels. Okay, these potatoes are good to go. Rice is there, kale is there, potatoes are there. Let's get the mandolin out. The mandolin. It's even safety orange. I have a child, I don't know Kids Trap. I do not know Kids Trap. I regret to inform you that I do not know Kids Trap. I also don't know... I don't know a lot of the, like, kids stuff. I know, like, Daniel Tiger. I know a little bit of Bluey. I know the Wildcrats. I know Phineas and Ferb. I don't have a child, just to be clear. I'm sorry, I knew this about you, but I also know that you have I believe you have children in your life in a fun I know things about kids way. And I listen to a lot of Kids Trap. And even if you don't, there it is. Okay, let's get this mandolin out. Let's see. How are we doing? Yeah, that's pretty good. Here's how we do this. We take these and we slide them down. I'm associated with children, yes. But I found out about Kids Trap independently. When you say Kids Trap, is this like... This is going to be just me being a complete idiot. Is this like kids trap music? Or is it trapping children within the addictive sounds that are not at all related to trap music? Or like, where does the word trap come from? See, when I said I really didn't know, I mean, I really don't know. What's this bowl? Here we go. We'll use this bowl. That's the bowl. Okay. It's trap music for children. Okay. Good. That kind of makes it better because it makes it better for me because that was like my first guess and now I feel good about it. Okay, so here's the part where we stop. Because we're very close now to the fingers and we don't want to hit the fingers. A Halloween album. I did not know that they made trap music for children. And I kind of love that. So now that we're close to the fingers, we're going to stop. And then we're going to use the guard that comes with the thing in just a few moments to finish these off. Darlene on YouTube asked, does Calvin watch Bluey? He does not anymore. He did. I would love it if he did still. He did a little bit. He was much more into Wildcrats was sort of like the show. He watched Daniel Tiger a little bit. Mostly, he didn't like watch things. Mostly we were not a like significant like sit down in front of the TV and watch things when he was younger. He spent a lot of time not watching things, in fact. Okay, so these ones are a little too small to even start in here. So we're gonna start with the hands. So we're gonna go ahead and start in on the special device, the special potato / whatever. The thing that makes the mandolin safe. Which also coincidentally happens to be a juicer. Because we can't just have one thing, we have to have multiple things. Yeah, we're gonna cook the potatoes and corn at the same time in a cast iron pan. And I've got this big pot sitting here in case, lest you're like, why do you have a huge pot sitting right next to you, Lou? I am taking all of the leavings and shavings and trimmings and trash, compost pieces, for lack of a better term, from all of the relevant things that we're using and prepping today. And I'm going to combine those with the bag of stock pieces, chicken parts, etc. that I have, the 2 bags that I have in the freezer, and make stock with them. Today, in fact, we're gonna do that. I'm not gonna finish the stock on stream because I'm not gonna get to the end of. We're gonna get to the end of the stream before the stock is done, but we're making stock out of it. That's what's happening with that. Okay, these are good to go. I'm gonna take put it over at the sink. Another successful usage of the mandolin without slicing off a fingertip. Thank you. I'm gonna put some water on these tomatoes. Potatoes, these are potatoes. Let's put some water on here. I'm also gonna put some salt in there. That'll help keep them from browning, and also it'll season them a little bit while we're waiting. And then when we are ready to cook these, I will just drain them in the colander and toss them into the pan. They will sputter, they will steam a little bit, and then they will cook. And that'll be good. And that'll be what we want. All right, let's check my soup here. Come on over to the stove. All right, so everything in here is fully melted now. And I'm starting to get a little bit of steam. So before I start adding a bunch of stuff in here, I'm gonna taste a little bit of the stock and just see where I'm at with regard to seasoning. I know that I put some salt. I made all this stock at one point or another. This is a combination of a couple different efforts towards stock. So I don't really know what all is in here. I know it's not vegetable stock. There is some chicken in there. That is, let's see, hold on. I need another taste of that. That is relatively, it's like salty, but not bad. When I say not bad, I mean it's not aggressive. That's actually really nicely seasoned. I mean, that's what happens, I think, when you get a mix of different things. So I'm going to go ahead. This is warm now. I'm going to go ahead and put the rice in here and the kale. So those can just cook at the same time. And that should take about, I don't know, 30 minutes or so. And while we're getting that done, we'll put the corn together, and then the chicken is also going to go in here. That's going to go in last. But the kale will cook down just a little tiny bit, and I may end up having to add some water to this anyway, because this is already feeling relatively thicker than I think I wanted it to be. And let's check in the, let me check in the fridge here. Freezer. I'm gonna check in the freezer and see if I have any more stocked upstairs. I know I have some in the basement, but I think I can just add, I think I can just add some water to this and it will be totally fine. Oh, hold on, I have this in the fridge. I don't know when this is from. It's from recent enough that it's still in the refrigerator. I check the fridge like at least once a week. Yeah, it smells fine. Okay, I'm going to add that in there. And then I'm going to go ahead and add another like 2 cups. This is a 2 cups. I'm actually going to add just a bit more than that. So 2, 4. So I just added 6 additional cups of liquid to there with what was in that container, and then 2 more of water. So that's good. That's going to need to come up to a nice little boil, and we're going to let that come up to a simmer, and we'll revisit that in just a little bit. We're going to revisit that when the pot starts to boil over and I hear it go on the stove, and I panic, and you'll see me run over and like check on it at that point. I'm going to, speaking of checking on things, let's check on the chicken in the oven. That should be in, that's been in there for 30 minutes now. So we should have a good look at this. The mushrooms look great. The chicken looks nice. For the last couple minutes, if it needs it, I'm going to take the lid off. I'm going to pour a little bit of the liquid out of here because there's a bit of liquid accumulated in the bottom, and I'm going to like roast these. 160, yeah, we're good. These are cooked. 165, 170, 190, great. Yeah, these are definitely done. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna pour the liquid out of here. I'm actually gonna pour it into my stock pot here, because this is like fat and just like drained chicken jus. I don't want to put it in my soup because the soup is a strained broth that I already like made. This is about to be just a regular broth with like all the stuff in it. So I'm going to pour this off. I'm going to pop this back in the oven for just like a minute so that it's like probably 5 minutes. I know it's definitely like ready. The chicken is finished, but the chicken also can use a little bit of coloration here. So I'm gonna take this and separate these. These don't look all that great. They look very pale because they were cooked in a steam bath essentially, but they're going to be pretty good taste wise because they're chicken thighs, and like you can't overcook them. You can, it just takes about 3 hours. So I'm going to pop these back in with the cover off for a few minutes just so that they actually, you know what I'm going to do with these? I might broil these with the lid off, and then pop the lid back on and turn the oven off. That's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna broil these for just a few moments with the lid off. They'll get a little bit of color on them, and then they'll be ready to serve. This is what they look like now, by the way. They're not super lovely in terms of their color, but they are cooked. Pause. Huh, okay. Okay, let's set a timer for like 4 minutes. It's really all the more I want to broil these. And I have noted that our hairnet timer has finally expired. For reference, the reason that I'm wearing a hairnet, for anybody who came in and is like, why are you wearing a hairnet? Was that for every single gifted sub, I would wear a hairnet for 2 minutes. We had 60 some gifted subs in the span of like 10 minutes, which I am super grateful for. And our time for the hairnet has expired. That doesn't mean I won't put it back on, but it does mean I'm going to put the hat on right now. There we go. Why is this wet? I can feel the vaccine side effects slowly creeping in. Oh God. Yeah. It definitely, this year's was a bit more of a doozy for me than previous. That is like, I 100% think that that's accurate. Usually hits like a ton of bricks. So it usually hits for you all at once then. Yeah, this year mine hit like a couple hours later and was like big. Last year was very slow. I don't know. I mean, it's all very like relative to your own sort of experience, right? Next in is the potatoes. We're cooking here. This is looking good. So I got potatoes and chicken left to add to my soup. I didn't set a timer for when I put the rice in. So why don't I actually just set a count up timer? Because I'm going to do that thing where I'm like, how long has this been in there for? I don't know. Well, there's a way to figure that out. Potato is done. The chicken is done. For dinner tonight, we have the potato. That's done. Corn. We need to get the corn ready. We still have corn from the market. So about 1 ear each for our dinner tonight. And let's pull up a chair for the shucking. How's my broiler doing? Broiler is not even on. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, mix. It's stuff. I mean, I feel like where I am anyway, it was like you had to either be immunocompromised and like, or lie about it to get the vaccine. It definitely sucks living somewhere where you know that folks around you are just not even considering it. Ty says vaccines make me feel baked off my ass. You know what? It's kind of not, I look at it in this way, right? Like you go get it and you're like, I am going to feel sick. I am not actually sick. Does our internet suck or is it just me? It's today. Yeah. It's very slow today. Gwen, our internet is extremely slow today. I was using it even before stream today and it was like, what the hell is happening? It's not just you. And the stream shouldn't affect anything because I'm uploading, not downloading. So my being live is not related to the slowness of downloading things. Okay. Let's see. How are we doing with our simmering? I just put the lid back on. I enjoy, it's a weird thing, like when you get a vaccine and you're like, yep, getting sick, that means it's working. And Rook, that's kind of great. Got both and didn't feel sick. That's great. I felt sick I felt sick that night. So I got it, and it was like 5 or 6 hours later, and I was like, yep, I feel like I have the flu. But then I was also like, I'm not actually sick. It's just I just got a vaccine that makes me feel sick, but I'm not actually like coming down with COVID, which I have had before and certainly will get again at some point, most likely. Yeah, Velas, exactly. On the CVS website, it was like, do you really need this vaccine? If you don't get this vaccine, is it going to be really bad for your health? And you just hit the button that says yes or no. Like, yeah, it might be. I don't know. Certainly it was for a lot of people. And will continue to be. All right, let's check in the broiler. Yes, we're getting a bit of coloration. That looks good. I am going to shut it down, pop the lid on, turn the oven off, and let those just exist. Yeah, that looks way better. That looks way better. Come on, broiler, turn off. There it goes. Okay, broiler is off. And we're just going to leave that sit in there to stay warm for just a little bit. We're going to finish with this corn. We'll get the hash going in the pan. And then when that's done, like, dinner's going to be ready. Hey, Rook says, I'm not above lying about it. They're lying to prevent people from getting it. Bingo. Yeah, exactly. That was my thought too. It's like, I'm around things that are risky for me. I live around children. They are notoriously ill. I'm going to get a vaccine so that I don't get ill from the myriad number of children that I am exposed to directly and by proxy. And so, like, yeah, total 100%. I'm like, this is just, it's worth getting, even if I'm not like immunocompromised, if I'm not whatever. I'm like, just get it. Science says it's okay. Go for it. Ty says, my brain slows down for a couple days. Yeah, I mean, and that's sort of how it is. It's like being sick, except the likelihood that you're not ever going to recover from it is low. Corn milk. Yeah, it's kind of wild to me. Where we've come and like where we've gone and where we've gotten to since March of 2020. Quite the whiplash experience. Yeah, Velos, and like that's the type of folks that have to answer yes to those questions are the type of folks who need other people to also answer yes. That's how I look at it. Mark the diabetes. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the CVS website was like, it literally, the question was like, will it be bad for you if you get COVID? And if you answer no, it says you don't qualify. But fun little tip, if you just hit the back button and answer yes, then you qualify. Congratulations. At least in Pennsylvania you do. So that's it. That's it. That's literally what it takes. No questions, no legitimate questions, no proof required. Just, will it be bad if you get COVID? And I'm like, to me, I'm like, yeah, obviously. I don't think I interpreted the question in the way that they intended, but the result was the same. But I got the outcome that I expected and hoped for. Right, it can't be good for you, right? I'm like, yeah, I lived through 2020. I remember when it wasn't good for anybody. Jesus. It's still not good for anybody. Okay, corn is done. The last thing we have to do is chop up some herbs, and that'll be for dinner tonight. I decided I'm not going to put herbs in the soup because it's already got a bunch of greens in it, and it's sort of like, why is that necessary? But we're gonna stir the soup and get probably get those potatoes in there now. The rice has been in there for about 15 minutes. So it's not boiling again yet. So come on over to the stove here and take a look at this soup. Yeah, we're almost boiling. We're gonna tip over into a hard simmer here in just a moment. So the kale is nice and soft. I'm seeing all the pieces of this coming together, which is super good. I'm gonna go ahead and put the potatoes in now because this is about to be boiling. So let's cool it down a little bit. Not that that's like necessary, but I'm also going to go ahead and put the chicken in here because the chicken is cooked, but it can always not cook, but it'll be good to go. That is it for the solids, and I want to pat myself on the back here because if you look at where the level of liquid is in this pot, so let me just take you over here. I'm going to take you on a little journey. So that's where the liquid is in this pot. This is an 8-quart pot, and we have maybe a little less than a quart's worth of space in here. But I am super happy with how well I portioned out all of the ingredients for this. Pretty happy with that. Okay, but we do need to season this now because I got everything in here. So let's take a little bit of broth and give this a shot. Just give this a try. I'm definitely going to need to add some salt, pepper, etc. here. While I'm standing here, I'm also going to take the opportunity to do this. I meant to do that earlier. Yeah, that's really tasty. It could certainly use a bit of salt. So I'm going to add about a tablespoon worth of salt into here. Maybe a little bit more. Okay, a little bit more. Because the potatoes in here were unseasoned. And then I'm going to go ahead and grind a bunch of pepper into this. This is where I wish I had the pepper already ground. I'm going to do some of this pepper. I think I'm going to take some white pepper and put that in here. And then this will be good to go. I just need, basically now I'm just like waiting for the rice and potatoes to finish cooking in here. Everything else is ready. And we have a pretty hard steam coming out of this, which is great. Should be a few minutes. If I pop the lid on here, it should only be like another couple minutes until everything boils and is ready to go. I don't want this to boil, but I want to get it to boiling. This is white pepper, right? Yes, it's okay. A little bit of white pepper as well. From the Spice and Tea Exchange in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. And I'm also going to add a little, like, a couple tablespoons of vinegar to this. I'm going to add a bit of, let's see, apples, just like a splash or two of apple cider vinegar. I want this to be, okay, where's that apple cider vinegar? There it is. Great. Just like a little bit. I'm not going to measure it, but just like, well, maybe like a tablespoon or 2 tablespoons. Just enough that it gives it some punch, but is really otherwise pretty innocuous. I mean, this is a big pot of soup, so I don't expect that that vinegar will have much of an impact, if any. But it's a little bit. And if I still want some more tart in there, acid, I'll add a little bit of lemon. Okay, let's try that broth again. Because the broth is going to inform the potatoes and the rice. So that is much better. Okay. Beautiful. Damn, that's good. Okay. I'm going to give this another scrape up from the bottom. I got a bunch of rice on the bottom of this pot here. So that's coming together. This is going to hit a simmer, and then I'm going to turn it down a little bit. Right now, this is on high. So if I just left this as it is, it's going to boil. It's going to boil. So I'm going to let that leave that with the lid off, just a little lid crack, just like a little tiny bit. And then we have everything ready to go for dinner tonight. The chicken's already cooked. I just need to cook the hash, which should only take 15 minutes, kind of at most. So what we're going to do now, go ahead, thank you. I saw your thing. What we're going to do now is fill this pot with liquid. Actually, let me fill this first with the stock bags. So earlier I mentioned I was making stock with existing bags. Here they are. Let's turn this off now. So these are frozen, but they are, what's in here? Corn cobs. We have remnants from tomato soup in here. We have celery chunks and onion tops and garlic pieces. I've got herb sprigs. I've got zucchini chunks. I have a carcass of a chicken. So this is not just vegetable stock, but we've just gone from a pot with just a few scraps in it to a pot that is full up to here. And this, I believe, is a 20 quart stock pot. So I'm going to fill this like pretty high up here. We're going to add some aromatics. I'm going to just chop an onion. I have some onions left in the cabinet. I have some garlic that's in here, like a bunch of garlic like pieces that I'm just going to kind of smash and toss those in there. And then I have some onions that are in here that have been in here for like a week or maybe 2. So I'm just going to get rid of basically some of these things that are not, I'm not going to use them, but they haven't gone bad. I have 2 onions and a shallot and some garlic, but we're going to just toss those in here like skin and all. Liz, welcome back. Liz, we just like 10 minutes ago finished with the hairnet. Okay, I did say, yeah, okay. There we go. I also learned something recently. I learned that, and this was something I learned from YouTube. I learned that the onion skin is what helps give stock its color. So if you cut the onion and take all the skin off and just like put the onion in there, your stock comes out a little less rich and like golden looking. But if you leave the skin on, it ends up being really like dark and nicely colored, which is kind of cool. So the skin's in there. I am happy to take ideas for the Lego build. Let's ask if I will take ideas for the Lego build. I will take ideas for the Lego build. We hit the Lego build. Nope, hold on. Yes, here it is. Right there. We did hit the Lego build, so we will do that. I'm happy to take ideas. I have a Lego set, like a vase, like one of those flowers, right? I got it for Gwen for Christmas last year. It hasn't been touched. I asked her if I could build it, and she was like, yeah, go ahead. That said, I don't need to do that one. I'm happy to do a different one. I believe you had, I think you posted a suggestion. Oh, hold on. Is this boiling? No, not yet. So the answer to that is yes to both, essentially. Like I have a set, but it's been in the house for a while. It's not going anywhere. They don't go bad. Moon dies, I never knew that. Yeah, I just learned that the other day too. It was one of those YouTube videos that was like professional chef explains like kitchen hacks, right? Which is like super relatable genre type of YouTube for me. That's the type of stuff that I just get served like constantly over and over. Does the skin dissolve? No, it does not dissolve. It might dissolve. I don't know. It's been my experience with stock that the solids though, like everything sort of condenses down, right? Like at the end of the stock making process, like if you just squished all of this down like a French press style, it would be a third the volume that it is now. Oh, the camping set. Oh, I love a camping set would be cute. Did you link that in Discord? I think you did. I think I looked at that or saw that. That would be a good one. That one's like actually relatable. And yes, that would be a lovely one. would prefer to do that one other than the flowers. And not because I don't love flowers, but because that one is a bit more of the genre of the string. Relinking it. Beautiful. Thank you. Wonderful. Okay, we also have, I want to add some bay leaves. What else do I want to add to this stock? I want to add some bay leaves. I want to add some black peppercorns, if I have them. Do I have them? I have them. There they are. Oh wait, I actually have like just straight up black peppercorns. Yeah, here we go. Okay, perfect. We'll put some of those in there. And salt, of course. And I said I wanted to put nutritional yeast in the soup. I actually don't think I want to do that. I think that it's, after I tried the broth, it was like rich enough already that I don't feel that that's necessary. So I'm not going to do that. And we're also going to put the scraps from the herbs into this stock, but I don't need to wait for that. Those can just go in sort of at the end. Not at the end. Those can go in as after it's already on the heat, because I'm adding a lot of water to this right now. It's just the pot is filling. Then we're going to put this on the stove. Basically, like once everything is kind of floating in here, we're going to put this on the stove and leave a little bit of space at the top so that the things have room to sort of circulate. What happens with the stuff in the stock is it... Holy shit, that's heavy. Oh my God. Okay. That was really heavy. What happens with the stuff in the stock is as it heats up, it absorbs all the water, it sucks it all in and gets kind of bigger, and then as you stir it, it sort of mashes it down. So it's an interesting process where this pot will end up like, this stuff will end up like sort of peaking above the rim here, even though there's like a 2 to 3 inch bit where the water is not. And then it will sink back down. It's kind of cool. $1,000 Death Star set. I will not be building $1,000 Death Star set. That seems like a lot of effort. And also, I don't mean to like, no hate, no shade, as the kids say, but I'm not a Star Wars fan. I've watched the movies. I've recently watched the movies, all of them in chronological order. And they're good. They're good. But I don't, my level of fandom extends to like watching the movies and enjoying them once. Again, no shade, just sort of, that's how I am, and that's where I'm at in life. And I know that you aren't serious, but I also remind you that I take most things literally and not as a joke. I read it and I was like, I don't think they're not serious. Yeah, they're not serious. But then I responded as if you were. But like, I knew that you weren't, but like, I also sort of, I wasn't dismissive of the comment. Lou, stop talking. All right, sure. Thanks, internal monologue. That I've externalized. Let's stir this. All right, our soup is definitely boiling now, so I do not want that. I want this to be at a low simmer. So we're going to turn this way down to like a 2. True caretaker, enjoy the rest of your evening. I hope it's a lovely one for you as well. I'm also going to take this soup and put it on the back burner because I need that front burner to make hash. Once my stock pot. Whoa. Okay. Sorry, the Twitch was counting down from 10 to when it was playing an ad. We don't want that just yet. We are going to have an ad here in a moment, but I am going to first make some adjustments on the stove so that I can make hash. I need the bigger spoon for the stock. A large spoon. And let's just give this, I'm going to give this an initial stir and just get those bay leaves and peppercorns off of the surface. I also want to add some salt into here. I'm going to go ahead and use the big box of iodized diamond crystal salt and not kosher salt. I'm not measuring this. This is just sort of like going with my gut. We're measuring with love and not measurements. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I am going to take a quick break. During the break, I'm going to load the dishwasher. I may return the water on so it gets hot, so I can use it to wash these few dishes in the pan. But we'll load the dishwasher first, and then when we come back from that quick break, we will chop up the rest of it. We'll chop up these herbs that have been sitting on the counter so nicely, and then we will make our hash, because the hash can also just go in the oven along with the chicken and be finished and ready to eat. The chicken, the mushrooms, and the hash will all just happily rest in the warm oven. After the hash is done, we will finish the soup. We're going to package. I might not package the soup right now. As I'm speaking out loud, I'm realizing that I'm making a significant amount of liquid here, and that I actually don't have enough. I don't have enough to pack all this in. We'll figure that out. Let's take a quick break for words on stream. If you're on Twitch, you're going to get a quick ad here. It's 3 minutes long. Feel free to hop over to YouTube where you can hear me ramble. We're going to run Game of Words on stream and run an ad on Twitch, and we'll be right back. Here comes, oh, hold on. Sorry. Hold on. There we go. Here comes a 3-minute ad. Oh, this one looks good. I feel like this one is achievable. Here comes a 3-minute ad, and we'll be back in just a moment. BRB.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
All right. Load this dishwasher with all of these dishes. Got plenty of space in here. And the soup, oh man, now I'm like, oh, I think I messed up with the storage here today by making all this soup and all this stock at the same time. So I'm gonna need to figure this out. I might have just enough small containers to do this. May need to use a large container too. We'll see. We'll see. We will see, because it's like, I can't just leave it on the stove. That's not how this works. All right. Actually doing some dishes now. And I might finish the dishes before this break ends. Might. Probably won't, but I won't finish washing the bags, the plastic bags. All right. At least the sounds aren't doubled anymore. There's that. Right. Yeah, it is amazing when I can get to the end of the stream and have not a giant pile of dishes in the sink. It's honestly one of my favorite things about ads at all. Just like taking a couple moments to literally just do the dishes is so normal It's such a normal part of cooking that like isn't really part of streaming unless you are super intentional. Alrighty. While we're watching the mandolin, this is the only other moment that it could harm me. Hey, if you're on Twitch, you're back already. Welcome back. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. I know that no one likes the ads. I am aware. We deal with them, and that's just how it is. We deal with them by playing words on stream and then bitching about it. Yay! Locked in a barn. Welcome in. Welcome in. Oh, Zach, hello. Did the raid sounds not play? Wait a second. Did the raid sounds play? Can someone just tell me if the raid sound played? They played. Okay, so Fluff, I just didn't hear them. Thank you. Let's finish this game of words on stream. We're just about to be finished, and then we'll be back to say a proper hello. Y'all, words was a challenge today. Words was a challenge today. Words are hard many days, aren't they? Zach, welcome in. Friends, if you were hanging out here, please go follow the Zachary Mike. They have a really funny, lovely stream, both on YouTube and on Twitch. If you are going to go follow, I would recommend that you follow the link in chat to follow the link in chat to subscribe on YouTube, because YouTube is the one that probably pays more money. Let's turn this mic off. This one's about to die. It's 5.5 hours. Is the mic still on? The mic's still on. Yay! Went down a rabbit hole today. Raid and Run, have a wonderful evening. I hope you have a wonderful evening too. Zach, I was actually hanging out. I actually got to hang out in your stream yesterday from like start to finish. It was lovely. Okay, where were we? Hold on. Let me say hi to the folks that came through. Megan, hello. It's good to see you. Welcome in. Tits was not a word. It is a word, but it wasn't a word in the words on stream. Mrs. Syntax, welcome in. Good to have you. Where are we? There we go. Rim Jump Shark, welcome in. Hello. Trying all the dirty words. Well, they were there for the trying. No one blames you. Venomous Cow Shark, welcome in. Oh, we love the new emote too. The T emote. That's a good one. Destroying Angel, hello. Locked in a barn, hello. Business nuts. Yeah. Welcome in, friends. Folks, Carly, thank you for letting me know. Carly, I appreciate it. We will find the thing where I do the thing where it makes the note. There it is. So what did I vote for in the business nuts poll? What did I vote for? There was the poll yesterday was like, will she have a chicken? Which I voted absolutely yes for. Who goes to Costco and doesn't get a chicken? And I don't think I voted in this. I don't think I voted in the second poll because I wasn't sure. Well, the second poll was like, how do you say say it? Was my joke funny and you're not interested? I'm like, I'm so sorry. He's lying, Your Honor. I'm sorry. No, wasn't there the? Oh God! See, this is the problem with all the input. What was the second one? Maybe I missed that one. I was also making dinner at the same time. I was doing what I'm doing here and just staring at the same place I'm staring for chat, but it wasn't live. My stream wasn't live. There was a third poll then. It was before the reactions. Okay. Maybe I didn't see the whole stream then. Aspinator, welcome in. Good to see you. No, there was another poll. It was like right at the end, and it was like, how do you pronounce something? How do you pronounce something? I forget what word it was. Friends who just joined us from Zach's stream, welcome in. My name's Lou. It's nice to have you. This is a cooking stream. We do cooking here. Generally, it's acceptable cooking for myself, my family, but I was going to say but myself, my partner, and our son. He is 10. I generally do vegetable forward family meals. That's what we're making tonight. I have soup on this back burner here. I have vegetable stock with a chicken carcass in it. So it's not really vegetable stock, but whatever. In this front pot here, I'm about to make hash with potatoes and corn. We're having baked chicken for dinner with mushrooms with that hash. That's what's in the oven right here. Also, earlier in stream today, I made a honey flax bar, which is cooling on the counter, which I like totally forgot about until I just looked over there and I was like, oh shit, I got dessert. So we're gonna try that too. I literally forgot about it. Carly, we all have our hills to die on, and I appreciate sometimes you just gotta die on the hill. I don't think I saw that poll though. I think that I came in, I thought I was there for the whole thing. I don't think I was though. When I came in, Zach had it like the react queued up, so I guess I wasn't. Just cleaning the kitchen from dinner. I hope you had something good, and if it wasn't good, I hope it was cheap, and if it wasn't cheap, I hope it was delicious and worth it. I do not recall the last poll. It was about pronunciation. I know it was about pronunciation, or it's about how would you say this word? It was like this word. Forget what it is. Anyway, friends who just joined us, we also do IRL streams out and about in the city of Philadelphia where I live. And final note before I get back to making hash and
You're gonna be popular.
Maddie, welcome in. Before I get back to actually making dinner, follows are silent if you're new here and you're like, who the hell is this guy? And you're just like a lurker in general. There's no sounds or alerts or chat messages or anything for new followers. So please feel free to do that. What is soup season? Soup season, Jamie, is the time of year when soup is best enjoyed. It is generally best enjoyed in the winter or in months that are cold. I believe that soup season lives in your heart and is not predicated on the weather. However, sort of socially, the agreement is basically like when it gets cold, it's soup season. And it's going to be October 1st tomorrow. Yeah. So it's soup season. My calendar still says May. My literal calendar that's hanging on the wall says fucking May. So I don't know. Or when you're sick. Exactly. I've never seen season abbreviated. Well, I only had 140 characters to work with. So, it is what it is. September, exactly. Or when you're sick. Also, definitely when you're sick. Soup season is any time that you're sick, but specifically, soup season begins when like the football starts, is kind of how I see it. That's a soup pig. I have to thank you for that. I love soup. Holy shit. I decided that we're going to number the soups that we make this year. I decided that today. And I should have started with all the tomato soup that I made, but I didn't. I could go back and just do that. But I decided that for from now basically until like April, we're going to just count how many soups I make because I love soup. And it's one of those things where I'm like, I got a bunch of stuff. Let's turn it into soup. And then we do. Twinderella, your hot and sour soup. I saw that in Discord and I was like, it's like the birds returning after they migrated. Like it's hot and sour soup season again. September. Ooh. Okay, I kind of like that though. I made chili and it was 93 Fahrenheit. Well, you know, there's no limit on when you're allowed to make chili. God bless. I'll sit and eat soup in the summer and enjoy my iced coffee in the winter. Destroying Angel, you do you. I agree with you. I think that that's totally reasonable. I am a hot coffee drinker year round. If it's morning, it's time for hot coffee. That's how it is for me. Hold on. There's a question. Something about October. Am I going to do Croc-tober? Did I see that? Did I literally make that up in my head? No. Where is it? There it is. Megan says, will we get any Croc-tober recipes? Maybe. I've never heard of the term Croc-tober. But I can absolutely I intuit its meaning without question. And I kind of love it. October is a super busy month for me. I'm going to be streaming slightly less in October because of a long extended school break, because of TwitchCon. So Crockpot's kind of all about it. Last day of September, but the first day of Souptober. Exactly. Astronaut says I made prosciutto, bacon, cheeseburger, gnocchi. It's gnocchi with diced tomatoes, diced prosciutto, ground beef, mustard, pickles, cheddar cheese, and fresh parsley. I literally love fresh parsley. It's one of my favorite things. Crispy onions and melted cheddar. That sounds super rich. I love the onions and the parsley, kind of like cutting the richness of that. That sounds delish. I'm a huge soup pig. Is soup pig a term? I've never heard this, but like I'm going to start applying it to myself. Italian wedding soup, perfect. Ditalini pasta, we love it. Can't get into soup making. That's valid, Jamie. But is chili a soup? My son just yelled yes from upstairs. I kind of agree. But I think chili is sort of its own genre. Chili is more of a stew, but is stew a soup? I would say yes. So, I don't know. That's not a hill I'm going to die on. You hate hot coffee? Reasonable. I love hot coffee. A subathon, but with the soupathon. Ooh, that would be super. Trinderella's like, oh yeah? Here's some really embarrassing clips from one time that Zach rated in. Speaking of soup, we were speaking of soup. We learned soup pig on Zach's channel. That tracks. Chili is a stew. Soup or stew. Okay. My chili can double as a sauce. Yes. Yeah, if you can put your chili on a hot dog and not have it like soak through the bottom. Speaking of, that's like saying it has a hot dog a sandwich. I'm gonna go with yes. All stews are soups. So all stews are soups, but not all soups are stews. Also agree. Chili on spaghetti. Yeah, I remember one time I had Sloppy Joe and I put that on pasta. Sloppy Joe's kind of like chili. And I put that on pasta and that ended up being like really fabulous. Okay, let's come over. I was going to say let's come over to the stove. Let me show you what we are making here, back here. So yes, let's come over to the stove. Skyline spaghetti, exactly. One of my favorite things is I remember someone said one time, if you're making something and you fuck it up, just call it Chicago style. And I was like, I'm in. God, I hate that camera angle. I prefer it straight up. Okay, this is speaking of soup, which we were. This is the soup that I'm making tonight. This is not for dinner tonight, but it is a soup that I'm making tonight. Here we go. This has potatoes and chicken, kale and rice, in addition to leeks and garlic. And this is definitely a very thick offering. I was going to put some nutritional yeast in here, but I did not. So that's what that one looks like right now. I'm just testing to see if this potato is done. Is that a butter pad? No. There's no, this is a potato. I was like, what are you talking about? No, this is a potato. I'm just checking to see if it's finished. If this is finished, then I can just turn that soup off. Oh yeah. Oh, holy fuck. Oh my god, it's so hot. Oh, it's so hot. The steaks were made. Oh my god. It was so good. I was like, that's salty and delicious. And it was like, the potato was like, bite into me. I promise I won't hurt. It fucking lied. Oof. Okay, well that was good. I think I can turn the soup off. I think I'm a really unreliable narrator at this point as to whether that soup is seasoned at all, because I just burnt everything in my mouth. It's like staring at the sun when you're like, that's really pretty, and then you're blind. I was like, that's really tasty. Ouch. I am okay, Darlene, on YouTube. Thank you for asking. Yes, I'm okay. I also, as soon as I realized how hot it was, I sort of like did that thing where I like bounced it all around in my mouth and was like, stop, hot potato. Literally hot potato. Okay, so that's good. That soup is finished. I'm going to take that off the stove completely and put it on a trivet on the counter, because I'm going to package that tonight at some point. Not right now, and probably not, and definitely not on stream. We're going to, and this is good because I can now take this hot soup coming through. I can now take this, just put it on, be like ready over there. And then we also, whoa, camera didn't like that. Hey, we still moving? Great, we're still moving. We also have a stock over here. Speaking of soup, listen, y'all, when I say that it's soup season, I mean it. We're making stock too. This is 20 quarts of stock. Guy, welcome in. Somebody's gonna get a multiplier of 20 check-ins today. I'm holding out hope. Listen, y'all, if you haven't checked in today, I'm waiting. Every multiplier of 20 check-ins is a Cookie Club entry, and I've had a really tough time like keeping track of them. And I'm waiting. Someone's gonna hit a multiplier of 20 today. I feel it. I feel it. It might happen. It might not. And if it doesn't, it's okay. If it doesn't, it's like it's okay. But someone might. Dee Dee, welcome. Let me put the lid on that soup. And what we're going to do next is make hash. Won't be me. I never check in. This is true. And I love that because it's like, you don't see, Liz, you are unencumbered by the desire to grow your number. I am a human who wants to grow my number almost always in many areas. And don't take, yeah, okay. And so like I have check-ins. If I had started on this channel checking in every day, I would be like all about it. I haven't. I think I have like, what kind of numbers? All the important ones. Hold on. Damn it. I thought I maybe did 60. Oh no, I didn't. Because I checked in a bunch when I was testing the thing. That's why. What kind of... What is that sly dog? What is that sly critter you've slid into chat? The brows. I do like the brows. That question makes me think of the other day I was watching Patrick Richards stream and he had a sound drop that he was mixing in that was Matthew McConaughey from the movie Wolf of Wall Street, where he's thumping his chest and talking about like those are rookie numbers, you got to get those numbers up, and it was like a really beautiful blend in this like mix that he was doing. Anyway, I just like recalled that in this conversation. A super mode. Where's that one come from, Jamie? That's a good one. Oh, that is Zach's. Oh God. Okay, sorry. I just blew that up. I know what that is. I forget her name, but I know who that is. All right, let's hash it out. Time for some hash here. I do forget her name because it's like, I don't know. She's one of those people that you see and you're like, oh my God, this person. But because I only encounter her through like other people. Okay, hash. We're going to do in the big cast iron pan, which is over here. This is the big cast iron pan. This is my American Gothic pose. Rosie Lynn Reed, there it is. And this is good. Yeah, I was like, did I clean this after the last time I looked at it? I sure did. Okay, so let's start this. I'm gonna turn the pan on. We're gonna hit it with some olive oil, which is right here. And hash is basically, I'm basically just making fried potatoes, y'all. I keep saying like hash as if it's some sort of like recipe or something or some process. No, I just have like thin shaved potatoes that I'm putting in a pan with corn and frying. So I think that actually is the definition of hash, but like, I keep saying it, but it's really just fried potatoes that we're having with chicken. This is a chicken and vegetable meal. That's it. Super easy. I also want to put some butter in there. I do not need this scale anymore. What is in the oven? Chicken is in the oven. I do not need this timer anymore. Okay. So as stream kind of moves through, I end up needing less and less of the things that are on the counter. What is this lid for? This lid is for stock pot. So let's just put that on the stock pot, and then now that looks boring, so I'm not going to do that. I thought this was a big bowl of cheese. This, oh my God, if this was cheese, that would be amazing. No, this is corn. It's fresh corn. I took that off of the cobs earlier, and I put the cobs in the stock pot. So this knife is finished, and we're going to drain these potatoes now. I've had this bowl of potatoes just sitting on the counter. They're in salt water so that they don't get significantly discolored. So let's drain these in the sink. And then these are going to go into that pan, into the oil. It's going to sputter a bunch because I'm not going to dry these before I put them in. It's going to like drop them into the pan and kind of let the water boil off and make a lot of noise, which is totally safe. But let's move this camera back over here. And then we will come over to the stove and do that. All right. So we have, hold on. There we go. Hey, look, there's the camera. You can see it. It's up here, but in the pan, you can see it in the pan. Don't touch that oil. Sorry, talking to myself. All right, let's pop these potatoes in here. All right, they are still a little bit wet. Totally fine. And we're gonna salt these. and flatten them. And in a minute or two, I'm going to cook these potatoes for a little bit before I put the corn in here. And I shaved these really thin on a mandolin just a little bit earlier. And we are looking good. They're all the same size potato. Isn't that lovely? Kind of amazing. Not gonna lie. All right, I also need to put some pepper on here, so let's get that. And we're moving. I said the dinner portion of stream today is actually relatively straightforward. Mashed potatoes with corn. So I want to cook the potatoes just a little bit because the corn doesn't actually need to cook. Like, you can just eat raw corn. In fact, I love raw corn. One of my favorite summer salads is raw corn. Just raw corn. With olive oil, shallots, parmesan, salt, pepper, and basil. So you don't even really need to cook corn at all. So I'm not putting it in here just yet. Because also what will happen is when the corn gets hot, it starts to pop. Which is fun and also dangerous. Alright, but this is looking good. I'm just kind of flattening, letting it cook for a minute. I have this pretty high up, this burner, like high intensity. It goes to a 7. I have it at a 6 right now. This is also a huge pan relative to the burner size. So like if I take this off of here, you can see like that's the burner underneath, and then like this pan is really pretty large. So what's cooking is mostly in the center, and then this stuff to the outside is sort of not. So I'm cycling all of it through as I'm stirring it here. I'm also going to add a little bit of, what else do I want to add in here? I want to add a little bit of garlic powder. Not a ton, just like a little shake of garlic powder to liven it up a little bit. And then I'm also going to add some Old Bay seasoning, which if you're familiar with Old Bay, you know why I'm adding this. And if you're not familiar with Old Bay, you should be, because it's amazing. Or not, you should be. I don't want to like blame you for not being familiar with it, but it's it's lovely. It has celery, salt, spices, including red pepper and black pepper, and paprika. You will mainly find it on such applications as seafood in the mid-Atlantic and New England areas. Okay, we're stirring this again. I'm starting to get some browning on some of these, which is delightful. That's what I'm looking for. And we're almost ready to pop the corn into here. The other thing that's going to happen when I pop the corn into here is the corn is very liquidy, and so it's going to start giving up a little bit of liquid, which is not ideal, but it will sort of incentivize the potatoes to cook just a little bit faster. If I added a touch, if I wasn't cooking the corn in here, what I would probably do is add just a little bit of water to this pan, and then let that sort of boil in the bottom and steam off so that these potatoes cook with a bit of steam. The corn should do that on its own. It should give up the goods and be be the liquid that comes into here. So I'm going to finish these with the parsley that I was chopping just a few minutes ago. So again, I'm scraping, we're getting some brown bits of potato in here. A little bit of browning happening, which is what I want. This is a hash after all. So a little bit of brown is good. I think I had a potato escape. I did. Come over here. Yo. God damn, that's hot. Okay. This pan is quite nicely seasoned, as you can tell by the tossing. Is it escaping? Yeah. It might, the mic might be a little bit fuzzy because the noise gate might be catching the sizzling that's happening. And so it's like letting in extra sound. That's my guess. My guess is that because of the sizzling, because this is pretty loud, that when I'm not talking, you can't hear it, but when I am talking, it's like trying to let my voice in, but still keep the sizzling out, which then would cause it to be a little bit fuzzy. It's like when you're using a blender and talking at the same time. So if I go over here, you probably don't notice it anymore. That's just my guess. We're going to pop a little bit of oil over into this pan. Just like a little bit more. It's starting to dry out. The taters are talking with me. I know. I'm still trying to level in the, and like honestly, hold on. Let me change something real quick with the mic. I'm gonna change a setting on the mic. You know what? This might be a bad idea. But I'm gonna change a setting on the mic real quick, and I just want you to tell me if it's a little bit, if it's better or not. I was trying to test this before stream today, but I couldn't. I couldn't because I wasn't able to like hear it myself. Okay, I'm gonna put this at, I'm just saying this for posterity here, for when I like watch this back. I'm putting this at speaks -20. Okay, see if this is any different. I know it should be different. I don't know if it'll be any better, but the sound in the kitchen is exactly the same right now as it was just a moment ago. There's still some sizzling. I'm still talking. It's a bit better. Okay. What I would love is if you could hear the sizzling and the talking. I'd rather you hear the sizzling. And so I might want to just put this at more seasoned but layered well. Yeah, like I want the sizzling to happen. That's kind of the point. I'm also looking at my level here. The level of the mic actually looks good. I'm going to set this at, oh wait, that's gain. I don't want that. I want this, let's try it at -15. There we go. Okay. We're going to put this at -15 and it is back over, same sound. And my potatoes look nice and brown now. They're like starting to get burnt. Not burnt, they're starting to cook. They're really doing nicely. So we're gonna add this corn in here now. We're gonna add this corn and give that a stir. And now this is gonna cause a lot of liquid to come into this kind of all at once, which will finish cooking the potatoes. And once the corn starts popping, then we will be then we'll be finished, basically. Okay, let's season with salt, season with pepper. When I take this off the heat, actually, I'm not gonna pop the herbs into here until I'm putting it in a bowl, because I want the herbs to stay fresh. Like, I don't want them to be wilted. And if I put them in while this is still hot, especially if I put them in the pan, then we'll end up with a bunch of wilted parsley, which is not what I'm going for. All right. Yeah, and the corn, I really don't need to, like I said, I don't really need the corn to cook a ton. Like, I want the corn to be warm and covered. I want it to be coated. I'm going to toss a little bit of butter in this pan as well. Hold on, I see a corn silk. Let's get that out of there. Whoa, that's not a corn silk, that's a potato skin. Okay, that can stay. Corn silk bad, potato skin fine. All right, give this a shake. This is a two-handed shaking pan. And we're going to add a little butter in here. Meantime, at the same time, I'm going to toss my compost bin in the cabinet because I don't need that anymore. I'm going to put 2 tablespoons of butter in here to melt. And then that will be pretty much finished. Once I stir this in and that butter melts, this should be pretty good to go here. Like I said, I don't want to overcook the corn. Just want it to be warmed through. That's the goal. And so let the butter melt. That'll finish like seasoning everything real nice. And then with the chicken and the mushrooms, this will be a good dinner. I'm just going to put this in bowls tonight. Like a big bowl with some hash on the bottom and a piece of chicken on top. And then Calvin and I will have the mushrooms. And that'll be dinner. Yeah, this is basically just a big pan of vegetables with butter, which is a great dinner. And then we'll, again, like I said, we'll toss the hash with a little bit of the fresh parsley, and then that'll be it. It's ready to go. All right, looks pretty good. Let me check one of these potatoes. I just want to grab. They're all the same width, or they're all the same thickness. So I'm just going to grab any of them. I'm going to wait for a second before I put it in my mouth enthusiastically. Jamie, I love that. I hope you have a good one. Thank you for coming through. I hope you enjoy your conversation. I love that that's a thing that you just go do on a regular basis. As a dad, it makes me happy. All right, these look great. Oh yeah, oh, you could totally fry an egg on top of this. That would be delicious. Enjoy, Jamie, have a good one. It would be a hearty breakfast. You could put an egg on this for dinner too. And that would also be pretty good. All right, this is, I would say, pretty well finished here. These potatoes are also gonna just continue to cook a little bit more with the steam coming off of this. So that is good to go. I'm turning the heat off of here. Let me get some bowls out. Get ready to put dinner in a plate. On a plate? No, in a bowl. We literally just said that, Luke. You literally just said that you were putting it in bowls. Okay. Let's do a couple things. One, much earlier in the stream, I made a version of a flax seed bar that I remembered from years ago when I was a kid, when I was in my early 20s. I'm trying to recreate it And this is it.
Daddy,
Yes, Calvin.
can you please put in the password for YouTube?
For YouTube? What are you, were you out of time on YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay, we're about to eat dinner. What do you need the password for? Are you finishing a video? What is tell me more about the password situation. Because remember we talked about if you were just if you're just finishing a video, it's like, okay, but there will always be more video. Is it that type of situation that's happening right now?
No. It's just...
You just want more time?
Yeah. Thank you.
15 minutes. When that's over, it's time. Okay, let me wash my hands real quick. So what I'm about to cut up is what I hope to be a sort of dessert, but not quite dessert. It's like a coffee type treat, right? Like sort of akin to a pastry. It has a bunch of stuff in it. What does this have in it? Rolled oats, flaxseed, honey, dark brown sugar, butter, vanilla, and dried blueberries. That's what's in here. It looks like this. It does look like granola bars. It is very much like granola bars, and we'll see how this works. Again, I want to go back to what we're asking much earlier in stream. Folks were asking, like, what consistency do you want? I said I want to be able to bend it but not have it break, right? Which, like, if I'm kind of being honest with myself, like, that's great. And see, it's like pretty bent. And I want it to be chewy, like thick, sort of viscous chewy, like toffee would be chewy, or like a caramel would be chewy. I don't want it to shatter when you bite into it. Like, the most important aspect is that when you take a bite of it, it doesn't like explode fucking flaxseed everywhere. Like, that's too dry. That would be way too dry. So I'm cutting it right now. It's been sitting on the counter drying now for like a while, like hours at this point. So I'm gonna cut it and then see how it is. We'll try a piece from the inside and we'll try a piece from the outside because they look slightly different. Liz says, did I have this somewhere, or what was the inspo? So I had this at a coffee shop in Rhode Island when I used to live up that way in the year 2008 to 2010. These were at a coffee shop that I was at regularly. I have not had them since. I don't really remember all the things about them. I remember that I really liked them. I remember that they were mostly flaxseed. And I scrolled through that coffee shop's Instagram for a solid hour the other day, looking at over 1,000 photos that they had posted to find the two that they had posted of this bar. And one of them was from far away and the other one was blurry. So I only have sort of the vaguest idea of what they look like and what their texture should be. And it's kind of based on memory. And so what I did with this recipe, like, I wrote this recipe for this. I researched probably like 6 or 7 separate recipes, some for granola bars, some for like flaxseed cakes, So I have a good sort of background of things that I have worked on, or that I not have worked on, that I am working from to write this recipe. So we'll see how this goes. Did I give my cookies to the garlic cookies to those folks yet? I have not. No, I haven't. The last time I made them was when I made them. I made them on stream a while ago, and I was like the final time I tested the recipe, and they worked really well. I had not made them since. They've been on my radar to like come back to. Are we going to go on a road trip to deliver them? That would be fun. It would be fun. So this is what they look like. The interior is they're oats and flax and dried blueberries. That's it. That's all that's in there. And they're sticky because they're mainly honey. So I'm going to try a piece. I'm going to just try it. Let's see. The texture is really good. I think what I want, the texture is good. I think they have, to my taste, they have a little too much honey and not enough like, oh, I know why. Because I changed some of the settings on the mic. That's got to be it. I changed some of the gain settings on the mic. Let's try it here. I think that I think what I might want to do with this is a little slightly less honey and slightly more dark brown sugar. I just changed the gain setting back. It should be as normal here. That's good though, because I know what I set it at. And when I go back and watch it, I'll be like, oh yeah, I'll know what to do once I hear the sound myself. Okay. No offense, none taken. Because I watch my own VODs a lot, and I try to like iterate because of that. And the chewing, breathing, mouth noises, just mouth noises, period. They annoy me too. I really like these though. I'm genuinely happy. These turned out better than I thought they would. I immediately have critiques. But I think this was a good first pass. Okay. More brown sugar, less honey. Okay. These are good. I'm very happy with these. A little too intimate. No, I agree with you. I appreciate that kind of feedback. That's the type of feedback that's important to hear. Because that turns people off. I mean, like, of the stream. It makes people turn the stream off. Or not, or both. Whatever. Phrase it how you want. Okay. Yeah, I'm really happy with those. The aftertaste of that is a lot of honey. It's like too much honey. But the consistency and the texture is perfect. It's not a granola bar. That's the thing. It's like, I mean, it is kind of a granola bar, but it's like a sweet sort of candy type of granola bar. All right, we'll see what Calvin and Gwen think. Gwen's the only person in this house who had this thing before, so she may be able to like determine the closeness or not. But I don't know if she remembers them. Like I barely remember them. I just remember they were really good. Okay, let's put a bit of food in a plate here. We'll see how that looks for dinner. Hold on, I can use the same spoon I stirred with. No need to dirty another one. So dinner tonight is a little bit of hash. I'm going to add a little bit of parsley, just some fresh herb in there. There we go. Aspinator, thank you. I appreciate that. All of that said, he appreciates that I just gave him 15 more minutes of YouTube time. So I'll take it whatever. I'll take it however I can get it. All right, now this chicken is, hold on, that's still hot. You need a towel for that. I have 15 more minutes of YouTube time. The really nice thing about being an adult is you can answer that question for yourself. I think. Yeah, Aspinator, that is definitely part of the goal. It's just like, you know, I don't want to like, I want him to try the things, but you know, if he doesn't like love something, it's not the end of the world. Okay, take the fork out of that. Add some more mushrooms on the side. Beautiful. All right, that is dinner. I'm gonna pop this back in the future. I said back in the future. I was reading the word future in chat. I'll pop this back in the oven. All right, is this good? Am I gonna drop this? No, okay. This in the oven. I'm gonna pop this hash in the oven. Well, the oven's off. It's been off for a little while, so it's still warm, but this is all just like gonna keep things warm in there. I'm gonna give my stock another stir. This is almost to a boil here. So once this hits the boiling stage, we'll turn it way down. I will put the lid on. I'm gonna let that simmer for a good hour or so until everything is real soft and reduced in volume. And then I'm gonna strain all the solids out of it, and I'll probably put it in the I'll probably put that in the fridge overnight. As opposed to like trying to package it up tonight. The worst part about these Flax bars is how much of them gets stuck in your teeth. They're not great if you have cavities. Okay, let me take a picture. This actually looks kind of nice. So I try to remember to like take photos of things. Most of the time I do remember. Whoa. Okay. Wait, we have potato phone. Y'all, when you're taking pictures, especially with your phone, wipe your lens off. Just like with the tail of your shirt or something like that, just wipe your lens off. It takes a second and it makes your photos so much better. I feel like not a lot of people do that, and it's one of those things that is super easy to do that is just like not something you think about. Anyway, here's what we made for dinner tonight. Dinner tonight is a potato hash. The potato hash and corn has salt, pepper, and butter, as well as a little bit of parsley. We have roasted chicken with, again, salt, pepper, garlic salt, onion powder, sorry. Garlic salt, onion powder, garlic powder and onion powder, salt, pepper, olive oil, and then mushrooms on the side that were also roasted in the same pan as the chicken. Here's a little better view of that. Maybe not better, but there's a little bit more in focus view of that. Speaking of wiping my camera, the overhead camera is probably due for a good wipe. And I'm assuming this is at least palatable. Yeah, the hash is good. I like the mushrooms, the way I cooked them, which was in with the chicken. They were kind of themed. I was going to put them in the hash, but like they're fine the way they are. And they also kind of look nice. And Gwen doesn't really like mushrooms. So now she doesn't have to pick them out. And Calvin likes roasted mushrooms more than any other variety or version of mushrooms. So this will appeal to him more too. And I don't care, so everybody wins. Well, this was productive today. Not only was this productive, but I have a minimal number of dishes in the sink. I have soup for tomorrow / forever, because this pot is quite, that's not hot. Whoop, yes it is. Yes it is. This pot is still quite steaming. We're gonna try, hold on. Let me try a little bowl of this soup too, because this is like ready to go now. And I might as well just give this a little taste. We're going to avoid, we know the potatoes are cooked, thank you. But this is a chicken, potato, kale, and rice soup. It is, I use chicken breasts in here instead of chicken thighs because they're going in soup, so there's no chance for them to dry out. So this looks good. Currently looks good. We'll package this up after dinner tonight. So we're going to eat dinner here in just a few minutes, myself and the family. And then I will work on packaging this and then packaging the stock tomorrow. Okay, so let's give this a little try here. This looks pretty good. Not, it's not as much liquid in here as there would be in a bowl, but that's okay. I did not put a parm rind in it. I used my stock from, I used the stock or the broth stock, whatever. I used that I made recently, which was pretty rich. Honestly, I forgot about putting a cheese rind in there. I do have one too. I could have. Next time. I'm not going to put it in this pot either because this is just like too high of a volume. There's like too much liquid in here for it to really affect anything. That is delicious. This is going to be even better tomorrow when sort of everything gels together. Fuck, the potato is still so hot. I never learn. All right, that was really good. I'm very, very happy with how that turned out. No recipe for that. It's just like a bunch of stuff that was good, that all seemed good together. I'm gonna put this bowl back in the oven here. The oven, which is off. Family's gonna be down in just a few minutes for dinner. Is there a cat nearby? There's not a cat nearby. Do I see a cat? No, they're all hanging out by Gwen. We had an Elsie on stream today. We had all three cats were on stream at one point. Ash was here at the very beginning. He was like the first. Ash was in the starting soon corner when stream started. Which was kind of funny. And Obi came through for a minute. And then Elsie came by twice, but then she didn't want to be perceived, so. Okay, we are going to raid a friend of the stream, someone who is in the food and drink club, who is returned to streaming recently. That would be Earth Toast. Earth Toast. The happiest hour, the stream title says, cheese enchiladas. Sounds great to me. They've also only been live for about 19 minutes. At least that's what the timer says. So it's a great time to come in and say hi. Let's come. Where am I here? Okay.
Goodbye, my friend.
Goodbye messages are on. We have some raid messages in chat. Liz, thank you for the raid messages. Shit, I pushed them again. Wrong button. Some raid messages in chat. Wait, I didn't. Hold on. I have to actually click start raid. There it is. Did I start? Okay, I did. There's some raid messages in chat. Here is also a bunch of social media links that I'm posting in chat. Discord, Instagram, YouTube, Blue Sky. BB, hello. Hi, bye. Friends, if you have not checked in today, now is the last chance to check in. It is the last chance to redeem Cookie Club entries for from channel points for this month. It is also the last chance that you can follow while I'm live. Not that that matters because follows are silent. So if you've been hanging out and enjoying the stream, maybe lurking a little bit and are not currently following, go ahead and hit the follow button. There's no alerts, no sounds. I will not say hi to you. You'll just know that you can come back here. We'll be live again on Thursday of this week. I don't know exactly what time. Two things that I don't know. I don't know exactly what time, and I'm not sure exactly what we're doing. Currently, I'm planning on being live that afternoon, Eastern, 1 p.m. to somewhere between 6 and 7. I might be streaming with Calvin. I might not. Who knows? Let's go check out Earth Toast. Thank you for hanging out today, and we'll see you on Thursday doing something in the kitchen. If I don't see you then, I will see you in chat. Goodbye.
Eat it, Dad! Hi, Dad! Oh my gosh! Hi, Dad! Thank you so much for coming in, guys! Hello! Welcome in! I'm gonna take my hair
I made you some content.
down. Thank you,
Lord, for the follow. I love that sax song too. Me too. Hello, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for the follows and things. My name is Earth Toast. I love lemon bars, so I know we're in the right place. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's so funny. I didn't change the menu. Well, we're actually seeing the results of the lemon bars from yesterday. And I had kind of a chaos stream yesterday. So it was a bit of a mess, but they turned out pretty good. This one's kind of messed up because I'm BB, thank you for following. Who else? Sophilef, thank you so much for raiding in. Oh my gosh, guys. Great to meet you. Hold on. I'll give you a closer lookage. So this is the lemon bar. It has, okay, this little section that I cut out right here had a crater in it, and I think it's because when I was chaos baking, either I accidentally like